Yeah, I'm gonna head back there after this. No. Oh. Oh, they were there. It was like yours? Yes. It was sitting there. It's funny. Yeah, that's me. I spread it out. But I just know that you're gonna Are you working at schools or do you work space? So I work out of the district office. Okay. If you had a school, I'd like to make. Oh, but now I'm gonna feel really bad because I'm like rainy day reset. Yeah. I don't have to do that. That bless you. My daughter's not there trying. Thanks for the photos today. That's gonna be my social media post for tomorrow. That was a lot of fun. That's just good job. Did you get all of those? Did you buy all the samples or did you donate them? No, I actually bought them from a lower spot from another organization that they had. And so I found out that so I yeah, it was quite such an amazing Thank you so much. Your name? Yeah, so I'm one of the text here, we call it CP. I've seen you a lot of times when I got like yeah, or just a lot of that. Okay, that's right. Yeah. I guess you can't start with me. Yeah. Thank you, Pino. People around. Oh, Flash Mob? That would be hilarious. You have one, we do have a student coming. Oh, yes, they could. They come with their certificate. He's gonna come up and take a picture with us. Oh, okay, yeah. Can you mention?
Yeah, that's better.
Oh, it's ready. Oh, yeah. Can I give it to you?
Great. Great.
I'll check your.
Yeah, so we're just gonna go with.
It's like that.
There's a better quality. We have, we've been using that projector, that short one projector. And we have this projector here, but that. Do like. Whoever's here, Sophia.
Like you find or.
Yeah, everything. I signed both because I did letter. I did all, she wanted me to patient.
Oh,
All the letters.
Would it actually.
You know,
Mr. Sharp, like. There's your name. Yes, that seems fast.
You are. I'll just say, you can add your name tag.
All right.
Here you
Yeah.
go. We're happy.
There you go.
So that's, yeah. No, it's just like, it's just us.
So they will, so they March will have. It's in my office. So. Yeah.
Nice.
Right.
All right, good evening, everyone. I now call to order the regular meeting of the Board of Trustees of Oak Grove School District on February 13th, 2025 at 5:00 p.m. May I have a motion and a second to approve the revised agenda?
Motion to approve the revised agenda.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the agenda has been approved as submitted. The board at this time will recess to close session to discuss consideration of public employee discipline, release dismissal, Government Code Section 54957, confer with labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, and conference with real property negotiators, Government Code Section 54956.8. Persons wishing to address the board on closed session items may use the raise your hand Zoom feature to speak. Please reference the agenda item in your public comment, and you will have 3 minutes to speak. Is there anyone to speak to these closed session items? Are there any public comments from attendees joining us virtually? All right, we will now recess to closed session and we will return at approximately 6 p.m.
Did you decline it tonight?
No, let's do it again. I wasn't paying attention. Sorry.
It just said, Janae has declined the invitation. She did. That's why I just, I'm still reading the body.
I never noticed this.
Oh, no, no, no. It does the same.
Do
thing.
it here.
It's yeah.
What does it?
It's just a fun.
All right, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the regular board meeting of February 13th, 2025. There are many opportunities for the public to address the board, public hearing, public comment, or during a specific agenda item. If you wish to speak to the board, please complete the request to speak card at the front and provide it to our recording secretary. If you are joining the meeting on Zoom, please select the raise your hand feature in order to have your name called when the agenda item is reached. In-person speakers will be called to the podium first, followed by Zoom attendees. When it is your turn to speak, you will have 3 minutes to speak. The Brown Act does govern meetings of governmental bodies in California. Your comments to the board must be specific to the agenda item you are addressing. If there is no specific item, you are welcome to present comments during public comment. Please note that you are attending a public meeting of the Board of Trustees, doing the public's business. This is not a public forum for public debate. At this time, we will go ahead and do our land acknowledgement statement. Member Martinez, can you please provide the land acknowledgement?
All right. We acknowledge that Oak Grove School District and our schools occupy the unceded territory of the Milwaukee Ohlone Nation, the sovereign nation and original people of the skies, land and waters where we work and learn. The Milwaukee Ohlone people are the stewards of these lands and of the teachings and learnings that come from and responds to the needs of the land and the people who share it. May our daily lives and work, research, teaching, and community engagement support the evolving vision of the Milwaukee Ohlone for their community and these lands.
Thank you, Trustee Martinez. I will now like to invite our student leader from Bernal Intermediate School to come up to the podium and to introduce himself and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Hi, my name is Sahaj Mishra, and I'm an 8th grader at Bernal Intermediate. I'm honored to be here today to lead everyone in the Pledge of Allegiance. So can everyone please stand up? Begin. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And now I'd like to give a special shout out. So, I am a Bernal Bronco. I'm respectful, responsible, and ready. I have integrity, and I'll always do the right thing, even when no one is looking. I'm safe, and I'll look out for my fellow Broncos, and I'll strive for excellence because all Broncos die every day. Thank you.
Sahaj, if you could please come and join us for a picture.
Okay, 1, 2, 3.
Can take one more? You want me to?
Yeah, of course. You're gonna get my words.
You can bring some.
I'm talking. We got 1, 2, 3.
As long as I don't have to go under.
Great. Again, thank you to Sahaj. That was great. You added some flair to our pledge. Go Bernal Broncos as well. All right, let us move on now to our oath of office. So at this time, I will invite Trustee Kashik C. Jogakar to the front of the dais for his ceremonial oath, which will be administered by his daughter, Arya K. Jogokar. Standing by her side will be his son, Yogi K. Jogokar, and his wife, Shraddha K. Jogokar.
Please raise your right hand. Repeat after me. I, Kaushik, do solemnly swear
I, Kishik Zovaikar, do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
that I take this
obligation,
obligation freely without any mental reservations or
purpose of
purpose
evasion,
of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
Congratulations.
All right. All right, congratulations again, Trustee Jolkar. We are excited to have you on board, and now we have our full school board. Let's move on to Superintendent's report. Superintendent Chidas, please provide your report.
Thank you, President Yu. Welcome, everyone, and good evening. February is Black History Month, a time to celebrate the achievements and contributions of African Americans in our district, our city, our county, state, and across our nation. While we focus on these stories this month, it is also important to celebrate, learn, and reflect on how we can celebrate diversity every day, all year round. Tomorrow, we have a nice big group of middle school students and our counselors attending the Santa Clara County of Alliance of Black Educators in partnership with Tabia African American Theater Ensemble to engage and learn about the musical play, The Crowns. And on Saturday, March 15th at 11:30 a.m., I'm excited to share that we will be celebrating the achievements of our African American students in our 21st annual Dreamkeeper Student Awards ceremony hosted by Allied. I want to thank, on January 23rd, we had a very productive meeting with our Habla Spanish-speaking representatives. We had a nice big group and we had a conversation and discussion around the LCAP, the 5 goals of the LCAP, ethnic studies, and artificial intelligence. So we were able to receive feedback from our parents, and I want to thank board member Otila Salazar Torres, who was present at that meeting with us, along with our executive team. On the 28th of January, we were able to visit Christopher School, and it was a great time to break bread with the staff, the teachers at 8 in the morning, get to spend time with them for about 2 hours, went to every classroom. So I want to thank the staff at Christopher for their warm welcome and hospitality, as well as Principal Mary Mambandik. On last Thursday, President Yu, Vice President Herbert, Member Salazar Torres, we attended the Every Student Succeeding Student Awards hosted by OGMA, Oak Grove Management Association. Very beautiful event that was hosted at Brunel for all of our students district-wide who are recognized for their resilience and their hard work in overcoming various challenges. Very proud of our students, continue to learn and grow. Yes, this Tuesday, we were with our coffee clutch coordinators, the executive team and I, and we continue to get feedback around artificial intelligence plan. Let me see, just a lot of exciting things happening this morning. Was at Anderson Elementary with Principal Kelly Humphrey Butler, who's here today, and will be presenting later on. Board member Otila Salazar Torres was also present and had a huge surprise for the students. We visited 5 of our special day classes, and you were very generous to bring teddy bears, very nice teddy bears for all the students for Valentine's Day. The students were just delighted. They were over the moon. They all said thank you, and we're very excited to hug their teddy bear. So thank you for that. Also this morning here in this room, and Saja was part of it, we had part of my superintendent student advisory council. I meet with students every month here. We were engaging in a conversation around what's ethical and unethical regarding the use of artificial intelligence. These students are very smart. So we gave different scenarios and they took a position, yes, that's ethical, no, that's not unethical. And this was facilitated by our ed tech specialists who are teachers on special assignment, Steve Harmon, Bruce Neff, and Sergio Rizzi. So thank you to the 3 gentlemen for their engaging activities. And tomorrow, while all of our students are at home, our certificated staff, our teachers and others will be participating in the Day of Professional Learning titled Empowering the Creators and Innovators of Today. So tomorrow will be a conference style day with the keynote speaker. There'll be over 40 different workshops, 40 different sessions. And I want to thank our Educational Services Division team for coordinating this important professional development day. And last, I want to take some time to share a video from our district YouTube channel highlighting the fantastic experiences our students are having with visual and performing arts across our school district at all schools.
Happy New Year! The Oak Grove School District invests in programs that allow our students to thrive beyond the classroom. Thank you for voting yes to Proposition 28, the Arts and Music in Schools Funding Act. The funds provided by Prop 28 have been key to our efforts to expand our program across the district. Because of these funds, all our students now have more opportunities for visual and performing arts instruction, including theater, dance, and cheer.
The addition of 5 new visual and performing arts teachers continues to enhance our students' interest in the arts, as well as their engagement and effort in the classroom. Programs in visual and media arts, photography, music, band, and theater serve as powerful motivators, inspiring students to enrich their academic experiences and foster personal growth. These opportunities not only nurture creativity, but also help students build confidence, collaboration skills, and lifelong appreciation for the arts. We have had the opportunity to strengthen our sports programs as well. At Oak Grove School District, we offer cross-country, softball, basketball, volleyball, soccer, and track and field. Our sports programs build a sense of teamwork and provide a safe environment to pursue athletics. We are constructing a new all-weather track at Davis Intermediate School to improve our physical education offerings and expand opportunities for community engagement. The Davis track is expected to be fully operational for physical education classes and track meets by the spring. Herman and Bernal Intermediate will also begin groundbreaking on their new all-weather tracks this spring. We are committed to providing a community of mutual support, shared responsibility, and success so that all our students reach their full potential.
We are excited to continue to advance and strengthen our commitment to creativity, exploration, and innovation, guided by the vision of continuous growth. Thank you for supporting all our students and staff in the Oak Grove School District. And remember, together we rise.
All right, thank you. And everyone, please have a happy Valentine's Day tomorrow. And next week, take the day off. Have a restful February break next week. President Yu, this concludes my comments for tonight.
Thank you, Superintendent Chaitis. It definitely sounds like you've had a busy month. It's nice to hear the events and activities happening throughout the district. I also want to thank Trustee Salazar Torres for your teddy bear surprises for the SDC students at Anderson. It's very sweet. All right, let's move on to closed session items. So the board met in closed session to discuss consideration of public employee discipline, release and dismissal, Government Code Section 54957. No action was taken. We conferred with the labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. No action was taken. And conference with real property negotiators, Government Code 54956.8. No action was taken. That now takes us to public hearing. I will now open the public hearing on the contract agreement with MCOR to complete HVAC repairs as part of the CalShape AB 841 grant requirements. Is there anyone that wishes to speak on this item? Are there any public comments from attendees joining us virtually? Okay, seeing no comments, I will now close the public hearing. Let's move on to public comment. This is an opportunity for individuals to address the board on any school-related issue, which is not a part of this evening's agenda. Are there any individuals who wish to speak to the board at this time? Yes, there are. First speaker is Jesse Castaneda. Please come to the podium.
Thank you, Superintendent Chaitis and members of the Board of Trustees. So my name is Jesse Castaneda, and both my boys are at the STEM program at Herman. They're very high achieving students, GATE students. The seventh grader, Taylor, will be receiving honors. Unfortunately, my fifth grader isn't because they don't have it for fifth graders, and he's all straight A's, all terms and stuff. I'm here to advocate for the Jose Valdez Math Institute. My boys attended it last year, and hopefully they can attend it this year. When I was at Santa Clara University, I was a teaching assistant there with the Jose Valdez Math Institute. This program is a summer math institute that the exact amount of days, I think it's 42 days, that they attend during the summer. And if they go on to pass, they actually go through a whole year of math. So next year when they start school, they actually have moved on past the whole year of math, and they'll start with a new one, start ahead of their class and stuff. So that's what I'm here for, to try to advocate that we get this program. And talking to individuals, they mentioned that there's a problem with transportation. In talking to Bob Turner, one of the directors, he said that it's now included as part of the Jose Valdez Math Institute. They bring they provide their transportation and stuff. So that's the main reason I'm here for, because math to me is very, very important. I was a biology pre-med major at Santa Clara University with a minor in ethnic studies, and I recently retired a couple of years ago from Valley Medical Center after 27 years in the medical field, last 7 in the emergency room. So I have a lot of time now, keeping on top of my kids, taking them all over the state to participate in the Ivy League project. They visit every single campus in California, as well as my son Taylor has won scholarships from Amazon and Google. And so I want to keep them, in line, but also give other people in our community the opportunity, because when I'm out in the community, I'm always advocating for it. But then when we tell them what we pay, it's $14.75 per student. It's kind of costly for a lot of our students. So thank you for the opportunity, and hopefully we can work together or figure out what we would need to do to get Oak Grove School District, which used to be part of this curriculum, back on line with them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Castaneda. The next speaker, Isabel Villavicencio Castaneda.
Good evening. My name is Isabel Villavicencio. I'm here with my husband, Jesse, and my 2 kids, Taylor and Connor. I'm an immigrant student. When I came here, I started in Algebra 1. I skipped geometry, and then I went to finish finite math. Then I ended up going to San Jose State. I double majored in finance and international business. So I can tell you that math is was a very strong foundation for my career development and my current life. Without my degree, I don't, or my current job as an accountant, without it, I don't think I would have been able to raise out of poverty or provide a better life for my kids. My two kids attended the Jose Valdez Math Institute last year, and that has allowed them to succeed or succeed in the current STEM program at Herman. And so I'm here to advocate for the Oak Grove School District to have it because it is not part of it. If anybody from the school wants to attend this institute, they have to pay the $1,400, which is a lot of money for a lot of families. So they don't have that access to that. So I'm here to advocate for that so that the Oak Grove School District can have a look at it at least. We have done some investigation, or my husband, and I think we were told that the only problem was that we needed transportation was needed. When he spoke to Bob Turner, he says that transportation is provided as part of the program. So, so that a lot of the kids have that opportunity to attend this math program that's going to help them get ahead in high school and move on their, in their future life. So, so I think it's a very good program. So I'm here to advocate for that and to at least consider it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And our next speaker is Bob Prola.
Good evening, board. So I had the pleasure of attending Mark Evans's budget presentation for staff the other night. It was thrilling and exciting, but he did point out some very real budgetary challenges for Oak Grove School District going forward. And I'm here to talk to you tonight about two of them that he pointed out that I think that this board and the superintendent could start directing the district to begin solving at least some of our budgetary challenges. So the first one is school attendance. School attendance has become a huge problem since the pandemic. There are students in my class this year, last year, the year before that miss 25% of the school year, 30% of the school year, 40% of the school year, in at least one case, 50% of the school year. So what can we do about that? Now, there is the budgetary challenge that presents to our school district, but then you as the Board of Trustees must also recognize there's an academic challenge that comes when a student misses more than a quarter of the school year. Like, that's just an unacceptable amount. So the question is, what new things are we going to do as a district to address that? And that will meet both academic needs of students as well as fiscal needs of the school district. So that's one thing. The second thing has to do with our increasing use of contractors in Oak Grove School District. Contractors are a huge cost to this district. As I look, and I would encourage you to write this down, under Object Code 5800 in the OGSD budget, and I'm sure Mr. Evans can break it down further for you, I'm seeing, and please correct me if I'm wrong on the numbers, but I'm seeing a projected year total of 12 million in Object Code 5800. Does that sound accurate? No, it's not all contractors, but it is under that object code. And I see another 8 million in the restricted side of the budget, also under that object code. So I would encourage the board to request those, see what we're spending the money on. Some of it is contractors, which is really expensive. Others might be consultants that maybe we should do without and get rid of, because at a certain point, we need to start trimming the budget where it can, because you need to be able to keep teachers in this district. This is a high cost of living area, and you have to believe that we are going to come back with a demand for a salary increase this year. That's going to happen. So you need to cut the budget where it can so that you can provide for where you need to. So that's my suggestions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Bob. Do we have any public comments virtually? Okay. All right, seeing no other comments, I will now close public comment. Let's move on to bargaining unit comment. Do we have any reports from bargaining unit representatives?
Good evening, Chuck Paylott, Chapter President, CSCA. I don't really have much to say, to announce or comment on today. I think our sunshine proposal is in your agenda. So I'll just say I'm looking forward to negotiations. A lot of ways, just to piggyback off some of what Bob said, we're a lot, our unit's pretty aligned with some of what they're saying. Contract work, replace, instead of CSA workers or OGA workers, that's an issue. And especially if they cost more than it would cost to employ, unit member. Also, we did see the presentation and there are some future budget concerns and issues, but I did want to say that, and I'm very concerned about them and I'm very open to ideas on how to limit our expenses and how we're going to figure this out. But at the same time, we're in a place with the cost of living and inflation over the prior years that, the cuts we're still going to have to come ask for a raise every year and push that. So that's all I have. I've been in negotiations before with the district. They've always gone pretty well and smoothly, and I look forward to moving along that path. Thank you.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. Good evening, executive team. It's an honor to be here tonight. I got sick last month, and I wasn't here to tell the new members welcome. Welcome to Vice President Herbeiro on your first meeting on January. Same as you, Trustee Salazar Torres, and congratulations, Trustee Joglekar. OGEA is here to work with you all, okay? As I said on the last special board meeting, we're going to be looking for your support. This is a very important year, negotiations, and we need to have more competitive salaries, as Bob was saying. We need to be able to retain teachers. Neighboring districts are offering more, and we need to be able to retain all the amazing teachers that we have. Our health benefits, they need to be better. I saw my paycheck last month, couldn't believe it. It almost doubled the amount. So this has to improve. A few updates. Can't believe we are in our third day of negotiations. I want to thank Amy for all the smooth collaboration that we've had in our both OGSD and OGEA bargaining teams. It's been incredible. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to observe, to learn, to take notes. Thank you very much. Next, community schools. We're able to apply for the grant last Friday. Kudos for that. Thank you, Ed Services. Thank you, Janae. And I want to give a big kudos to Laura. I know she's here. Thank you very much, Laura. I know she did a lot of the hard work in writing all the grants and getting all the information. So thank you very much. Currently, OGEA is working on putting together two task forces. One is for looking into independent study changes. I know we need to be able to get all these attendance funds. There are new laws, new regulations, and we need to be able also to have a fair amount of load in the teachers, because we know there's going to be paperwork. There are going to be new regulations in regards to urgent independent studies when students get sick. And also there's a task force for the pre-K changes. There are changes to our preschool SPED teachers. And we need to look into detail of what's going to change in their job description. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much. let's move on to consent agenda. Superintendent Chaitis, please present the consent agenda.
Thank you, President Yu. At this time, it is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the consent agenda as presented.
Can I get a motion and a second?
Motion to approve agenda with changes.
Second.
Do we have any public comments in person or online? Any board discussion? Right, may we please get a roll call vote?
Member Yolaka? Say aye.
Approve.
Say aye.
Aye.
Yeah. Member Martinez?
Aye.
Member Torres? Vice President Aubert? President Yu?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Right, so consent agenda has been approved. Right, next item, to better accommodate our principals and ensure that school staff can be present to support them, we've actually made a slight adjustment to the order of our agenda items for tonight's meeting, as well as for the board meetings on March 13th and April 10th. Information items will now be presented before we do action items. So our first presentation tonight will be from the Bernal Learning Community. Assistant Superintendent Anna, can you please present this?
Okay, thank you. Good evening and thank you, President Yu, Vice President Hebert, members of the board. The intention behind this information item tonight is to provide you with an overview of each of our schools' programs, population, school goals, and actions. Oak Grove comprises 15 elementary schools and 3 comprehensive middle schools. And for many of our district functions and practices, we divide our schools into learning communities, which are made up of 1 intermediate school and all of the elementary schools that feed into it. So tonight, the school administrators from the Bernal Learning Community are here to present about their school sites. To facilitate the flow of tonight's presentation, the principals will present consecutively as part of one presentation, and then we'll invite the board for comments and questions at the end once all schools have presented. So now I'd like to introduce Principal Christy Looper, lead principal of the Bernal Learning Community, to start us off.
Thank you, Janae and Board of Trustees. Tonight, it is my distinct honor to introduce to you the principals in our learning community and the schools that they represent. This evening, we are going to begin with our intermediate school, and then we will follow that with our elementary schools in alphabetical order. I would like to formally introduce you to our Bernal Intermediate School team, Ms. Unk and Ms. Smith.
Good evening, members of the board and Superintendent Chaitis. I am Tammy Unk, principal of Bernal Intermediate.
I am Maria Smith, assistant principal,
Otherwise known as Team Smunk. That's right. Can't just do the Bronco Creed.
Everyone's awake now? I'm kidding. Okay, Broncos are trailblazers. We are about progress and trying new things.
The Bernal mission statement states that Bernal's focus is on student outcomes. We work as a team to provide a positive and safe school climate with an emphasis on belonging. The teaching and learning is rigorous, relevant, and engaging, based on positive adult to student relationships.
675 students are enrolled at Bernal in the 7th and 8th grades. We have 29 teachers, 1 speech teacher, 1 adaptive PE teacher, 1 psychologist, 2 counselors, and 2 special day classes.
Bernal's demographics are as follows. Hispanic and Latino students make up 45% of the population, followed by 29% Asian, 16% white, 9% other, and 1% Black and African American. 17% of our students are multilingual learners, and 42% are socioeconomically disadvantaged.
Although we address all 5 SIPSA goals, tonight we want to focus on the following 3. Academically, we use Avid Wicker strategies, which are writing, inquiry, collaboration, organization, and reading to drive our professional development school-wide. We focus on Wicker strategies in classroom walkthroughs and in professional learning communities every month. For family engagement, our counselors started the student success and collaboration meetings with families whose children are on the academic intervention list and are at risk of not promoting at the end of the school year. After the first meeting, of the 19 families who attended, 16 students are no longer on that academic intervention list. For school climate and culture, our Bernal attendance team meet with chronically absent students weekly or biweekly. Our suspension rate has decreased because of the other means of corrections that we use, such as restorative practices, mediations, and alternative detentions.
At Bernal, we take pride on how we create our master schedule. We first create color teams that each have a core teachers, 1 PE teacher, and 1 elective teacher. Following that, we place students with IEPs and our MLLs. We balance our 504s, behaviors, and student leaders on each team. Balancing also includes our elective programs. Every single Bernal student is placed on a color team. Color teams create a cohort of students who share common teachers. This helps build collaboration amongst teachers and support for all students.
Our 2 main programs are AVID and PBIS. AVID stands for Advancement via Individual Determination, which focuses on college and career pathways. AVID Wicker strategies are included in professional development and PLCs. PBIS stands for Positive Behavioral Interventions and Supports. This drives our school climate and culture. 3 years ago, Bernal created the anti-hate behavior contract that every student signs. The contract is now implemented in all 3 middle schools and shared with other districts via Partners in School Innovation. We tackle ready-to-learn behaviors and safety that are needed for academic success. For 2024, Bernal received the PBIS Platinum Implementation Award, which is the highest recognition.
Although we have other programs, we are proud of our advisory. The students set SMART goals weekly on grades, tardies, and SEL. Every advisory teacher selects at least 1 student who is on the chronically absent list to do weekly check-ins.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Thank you.
Bernal practices RISE behaviors: respect, responsibility, integrity, safety, and excellence. This is posted in every classroom and community areas and is embedded in our everyday language with students.
A few years ago, one of our teachers created the Bronco Creed. Our students and staff recite this Bronco Creed in unison every morning in advisory. The Bronco Creed is our mantra.
So continuing with PBIS, students earn Bronco Bucks when they do something positive. These bucks may be used to make purchases in our student store, buy dance tickets, or students may collaborate together to put their bucks together to earn a pizza lunch. Teachers also have classroom stores where students may use their Bronco Bucks. Donations to our student store are provided by our wonderful Bernal community.
At Bernal, we have many elective courses. We have AVID, Ethnic Studies, STEM, Visual and Performing Arts, and Leadership. Thanks to Prop 28, we were able to add modern band and printmaking electives to our Visual and Performing Arts.
We have strong staff leadership because all of our teams are intentional. The maroon boxes involve office staff. The white boxes are led by our teachers. This type of leadership contributes to our effective system.
At Bernal, we provide many services for our students in the area of mental health, behavior, academics, and truancy.
Now on to the data dashboard. According to the California dashboard, Bernal maintained or made progress in all state measures: English language arts, math, chronic absenteeism, and suspension rate, except in English learner progress.
In ELA, we maintained at yellow.
However, our socioeconomically disadvantaged students did increase by 0.78%.
Our students with disabilities moved from red to orange.
In math, we moved from yellow to green.
Our socioeconomically disadvantaged students increased by 4.89%.
And our Hispanic and socioeconomically disadvantaged students increased by 1.6%.
4 of our student groups grew in math. We're especially proud to do the positive gains that our marginalized student groups made.
And our students also saw 2.4% gains in the California Science Test.
Burnell moved from red to orange in chronic absenteeism.
And our suspension rate moved from red to yellow.
All of these student groups made progress. Again, like math, we saw positive gains with our marginalized student groups.
So remember us. Broncos are trailblazers. We're about progress and trying new things.
Thank you.
Good evening to our Board of Trustees, executive team, and OGSD community. My name is Kelly Humphrey Butler, and I'm affectionately known as Principal Humphrey by most. This is my first year, so when I take a look at this picture where it says first day, it truly was my first day. This is my first year as principal at Anderson, yet this is my 20th year with OGSD. We are home of the Bulldogs. We are located on Calpine Drive, and we are working to increase our digital footprint so you can get to know us better out there in the tech world. So at Alex Anderson, I am working with the staff and our school site council to make sure that we are creating a school that is positive and a safe community that's dedicated to developing a comprehensive experience for all our 21st century learners. We do have a set of core values that we are focusing on, which are rooted in our PBIS mantra, Anderson Bulldogs Bark. We do strive to be safe, academic, respectful, and kind. Our PBIS team focuses on improved school-wide implementation of our core values. We do have 25 teachers on staff, and we have approximately 70 people altogether with our support staff members, our noon duty, our classified staff. So we are large staff. With that, about half of us seem to be new. In our 8 grade levels, 7 of the grade levels have at least 1 new teacher. You can find new staff in our library, our cafeteria, our office, and within our support staff. We have approximately close to 500 students enrolled with 22 classes, 2 of which are our transitional kindergarten classes and 5 special day classes. The pictures that you see there is one on the left is of our library, and on the right is one of our 3 playground structures. The 22 classes at Anderson make up the following demographics. We do acknowledge our diverse population and utilize STEEL strategies to validate students' experiences through the mirrors and windows, meaning that they have an opportunity to see themselves in their classroom instruction and also to see others. And the pictures show examples of classroom bulletin boards of students getting the opportunity to get to know each other. So our academic programs obviously are rooted in our curriculum, but we also focus on social emotional learning in our transitional kindergarten classes, and we have STEEL strategies in grades K through 6. We also have an additional grade level focus for TK in 3rd grade. It is English language development, And for grades 1, 2, and 4 through 6, it is writing. We do use our instructional coach to help us support these academic programs, and we also value hands-on learning throughout the day, and we also offer extra Saturday academies to support our students with some attendance issues, and we have opened it up to other students as well. We do offer 2 programs at our school site that we work closely with for before and after school care. We have Right at School, and after school care, we have Think Together. Think Together, we meet weekly to make sure, or excuse me, bi-weekly to make sure that her programming matches ours and that we can support one another in their various activities. We have our VAPA program, as all the other schools do in Oak Grove. One unique thing about Anderson is we do have a design lab that we are currently redesigning. We want to make sure that that space includes proper furniture for our 13 sewing machines and work tables for students to design and plan. Currently, this is available for grades 3rd through 6th. Well, this spring, it'll be available for grades 3rd through 6th. We are exploring ways to make sure our primary students have access to this as well. And that design lab does promote academic concepts and language and primarily focusing on math skills. I am proud to share that this year we have a soft launch in January for our Bulldog Haven. This is a wellness space for our students. It is a semi-private area for students to settle their thoughts and feelings. They have access to calming activities, sensory items as well. Students are allowed to spend up to 10 minutes in this space at any given time. In addition, many of our classrooms also offer a calming corner or a calming space. Next year, all classrooms will have a calming space with appropriate materials for students to self-regulate within the classroom. Our academic stats from the 23-24 school year are listed here. We have spent some time as a staff reflecting on last year's results and are planning for improvement for this year with structured practices centered around the use of board-adopted curriculum and implementation of English language development, both integrated and designated. Two sets of goals that I would like to highlight. Goal 1 with students meeting proficiency. We do recognize that our students have some gaps in foundational skills in both ELA and math. So we do plan on, or we have been using the district adopted curriculum. Also, there have been Tuesday meetings where we have allotted some time for teachers to understand the math curriculum, the new math curriculum, and for some planning and collaboration. We also want to enhance our learning with the use of technology. We do collaborate with our instructional coach that we are lucky to have 5 days out of the week, and that has been instrumental in us moving forward for this school year. We also offer grade level release days for our teachers, which is a full planning day with our instructional coach or myself facilitating that day where we do discuss data and some backwards mapping and planning. Goal 3 for inclusive environment, with our 5 special day classes, they do work in conjunction with our general education teachers to provide the same type of experiences across the board. So our SDC students are included in field trips and various activities. We also have mainstreaming opportunities for grades TK through 6th grade. And we do collaborate with our support staff that meets weekly to ensure that we're meeting the needs of those students and supporting the collaboration between those 2 groups of teachers. Our activities, we are always mindful that we do have students with mobility issues, and we want to make sure that everything that we offer, they are also able to access the same opportunities as our general education students. So our family involvement at Anderson, we do have a home and school club. they too are new to their executive board positions. We do have some traditional activities such as our trunk or treat. Well, new tradition, it'd be 2 years this year. The Bulldog Jog, which is has been around for multiple years at this point, multicultural festival, and we do enjoy our dinner night out. We try to advertise that as an opportunity for community development and for teachers to also just get a chance to be outside with their students. We also have every Friday we wear our spirit gear, and we are also encouraging families to do the same. So we have a variety of t-shirts. Volunteering, we do have a healthy study or a steady group of parents that come in weekly to volunteer in the classroom. We also offer take-home projects for parents that or family members that cannot make it during the day, and field trips. Who doesn't love a field trip with TK at the pumpkin patch? So we have our district committees, and we're also working on making sure that we implement these at our site moving forward. And the pictures on the right are field trip at the top. The middle one, we did participate in the City of San Jose First Night Out as a meet and greet at the beginning of the school year. And then we have a teacher that is also taking advantage of free programming. This was a Saturday event for the Lunar New Year celebration at the public library. And that was an awesome turnout. And then finally, in conclusion, we are Anderson Bulldogs on the rise. We are working on rebuilding and reimagining to create a positive and safe community where Bulldogs in grades TK through 6 excel academically and emotionally. We are staff on the rise. We are ready, invested, steadfast, and equity driven.
Good evening, Dr. Chairez, Board of Trustees and Exec Team. I am the proud principal of Baldwin Elementary. My name is Christy Looper, and I am also a product of Oak Grove. I was born and raised in this district. I attended Minor, Anderson, and Burnell as well. So I'm from BLC just as much as our students are. So I'm excited to be here tonight. This is my 29th year in education and my 27th year in Oak Grove. I know I'm showing my age, but only my 5th year as principal at Baldwin Elementary. This is our very proud, dedicated, and passionate staff at Julia Baldwin. We have about 24 teachers and 70 staff members total. You can find more information about us at our website. And also, if you want to follow us on Facebook, we would love to have more followers. I am a firm believer that it is not only important to have a mission statement, but also important to have a vision. You need to know who you are, but you also need to know where you're going and where you're headed. And so at Baldwin, we really strive to make sure that we know what we're doing at all times and that we're headed towards that goal, that end goal for us, which is our vision statement. My hope is tonight that through this presentation, you will see our mission and vision statement coming to life. We have 483 students enrolled at Baldwin. That's 21 classes, 1 TK, and 4 STC classes on our campus. Here you can see the diverse demographic data at Baldwin and the makeup of our school, which is really valued and nurtured and celebrated in our school. Some things that make us unique. We are a TK through 6th grade SEAL school. We're in our last year of having teachers trained in 5th and 6th grade, and then we will have full implementation with SEAL school-wide. We also partner with the Tech Academy, and we're very proud of this. We're working really hard towards becoming a SEAL and STEAM school. And so our partnership with the Tech Academy, we right now have about a third of our staff trained. This is an additional 2 years on top of the SEAL training that they go through in order to become a tech fellow. We have about 2 more grade levels to have teachers trained in, and then we'll have at least 1 teacher at each grade level trained. We also have 4 SDC classes, which are near and dear to our hearts. They are precious, and they provide a lot of opportunity for us and our students to show empathy, compassion, have some inclusion time with our TK students, and they just bring a lot of joy to our lives on campus. Number 4 is probably one thing that I am the most passionate about. This is my book of the month, which is supported by our Home and School Club. It is centered around social justice and identity standards. Every month, I read to the students in their buddy classes. We buddy them up with an upper grade class and a primary class. And I get to read a story to them that centers around social justice standards or identity work. And through that program, we are able to then also help diversify our libraries, because after I read to them, each class is given a book to take back to their classroom library. We also offer lunchtime activities. This is something that we've started in the last couple of years. We have a maker space, we have a garden, we also have board game Thursdays, transportation Tuesdays, and art on Fridays with some retired teachers of ours that are coming back to do art with students. So this just offers another opportunity for our kids to keep extending learning and to do something fun and different at lunch. We have 2 after-school programs. We have Think Together, which is just after school, and then we have Right at Schools, which offers both before and after-school care. And right now, we currently have about 130 students enrolled in those 2 after-school programs. We are a PBIS school. We are all about being upstanders, respectful, responsible, and safe, as well as we work really hard on restorative practices. This is another area that I'm really proud of, the work that we have done. We've seen a drastic decrease in our data and in our referral data. As of right now, we have no major citations in the month of January or February, which is amazing. So we're on our way. We also, for that implementation of PBIS for the last 2 years, we have gotten the Platinum Award for our implementation at the highest level. We also have calming corners, and we start every day in every class with a community circle or a proactive circle to start our day and build that community within our classrooms. Last but not least, number 8 is our partnership again with the Tech Academy, and we last year received the Tech Excellence Award for that partnership with the Tech. In addition to what I have previously mentioned, we are also a school that focuses on SEL. We have implemented those morning circles to build community in our classrooms, as well as we have calming corners in each of our classrooms for when students need to take a break or self-regulate. We are well on our way to becoming that SEAL and STEAM school. Like I said, we're getting close. We have our teachers in their last year of SEAL training, and we'll try to get a couple more teachers to finish up our Tech Academy fellowship. Another unique academic program that we have developed system-wide at Baldwin is our Writers Workshop. And we uniquely tie that Writers Workshop to our SEAL units and make sure that they support students in being able to perform well on their performance task at the end of the unit. We're also currently building our STEAM repertoire, and we are trying to add design challenges into each of those thematic units to support that STEM work. I already spoke about our before and after school programs, but in addition to that, and in addition to the visual and performing arts that our students are offered through the district, we do have other opportunities for our students to participate in after school activities. Some of those activities are our music. We have a high school student who teaches music to some of our students who volunteered. He's coming and volunteering and teaching music to all of the grades throughout the whole year this year. We also have a book club. We are participants in Math Kangaroo, and we work in conjunction with a company to support folkloric dance in preparation for our Multicultural Day Festival that is coming up in April. In addition to that, we offer those lunchtime activities, which also give students another opportunity to have some enrichment opportunities on campus throughout the week. Our makerspace is utilized by all of our classrooms, offering a place for students to create, explore, and expand their knowledge. Baldwin is a community that feels like family. We have a very we have a very involved home and school club, which supports many events like our trunk or treat, movie nights, family dances, and many more fun activities for our students and families to build that sense of community. Every day you can find parent volunteers on our campus. Like I said, we have volunteers that come in for those lunchtime activities, as well as volunteers that are helping out in the classroom. We offer also many different committees and which also allow families an opportunity to connect with one another and also give input on important things like our SIPSA and Safe School plans. Tonight, I really wanted to highlight 3 of our 5 SIPSA goals, as I feel these 3 goals have really we've been really focused on them in the past 5 years, and they have been a priority at Baldwin. As I'm doing this, I'm going to actually start backwards, and I'm going to start with goal 5 and goal 4, because those 2 goals, I believe, have really led to some of the success that we are now seeing in goal 1. Starting with goal 5, which centers around family and community involvement, we've been working hard in conjunction with our parent groups, as well as the broader community, to really try and create a sense of community at Baldwin. Examples of this are our family nights. We have a STEAM night, a math night, and a literacy night every year that is put on by our teachers. They work hard, they volunteer their hours, they don't get paid for it. They do it out of the love of our community and also the joy that they see in the students' faces when we do those nights. We also have a Multicultural Day celebration, community events like trunk or treat, movie nights, family picnics, as well as our ongoing parent meetings. In addition to all of that, we have expanded our back to school night and open houses by adding bike rodeos, food trucks, and other fun things that bring the community together as a sense of a whole. Goal 4 centers around creating an inclusive community and learning environment, and we're doing this through our implementation of socio-emotional learning and PBIS, as also with restorative practices and mental health supports. Each of our classrooms has that calming corner, and every classroom starts the day with those community circles. By focusing on goal 4 and goal 5, we have really shifted the culture and climate of our school, and this has fostered an environment where students feel safe and therefore can learn. Which brings me to goal 1. Goal 1 is all about every student succeeding academically, and we have created a school climate that is driven by our PLC work, grounded in data analysis. In addition to our SLT, which oversees our PLC work and is the voice of our staff in our decision-making processes. Having developed these strong systems and building an inclusive learning environment over the past 5 years has led to some great increases in our academic data. This year in language arts, we went up 6 points. In math, we went up 9 points. And in science, we gained 20 points. Our EL students are making progress. They're at 38.5%. Thank you so much for allowing me to share about the amazing staff, students, and community at Baldwin Elementary.
Good evening, Superintendent Chidas and Board of Trustees. My name is Jason Sorich, and I am the proud principal of Rita Ledesma Elementary School. This is my 4th year at Ledesma, 4th year in Oak Grove, and 28th year in education overall. I'm humbled to be here today to talk about some of the amazing things going on at Ledesma. Here's our amazing staff. We're located on Schoolhouse Road, and you can find out more information about us on our Facebook and our Instagram page. The Ledesma mission statement outlines what our school staff and community aspire to and what we hope our school embodies. Our vision statement captures the areas of focus we've identified as important to ensuring we work toward the ideals in our school mission, including our emphasis on instruction for all students through differentiated instruction, as well as an emphasis on supporting students with socio-emotional tools and resources to succeed and thrive. At Ledesma, we have over 400 students enrolled in grades TK through 6. Included within our 17 total classes are a few combination classes, carefully created with student needs in mind that allow us to maintain class sizes that are conducive to learning. Here you can view a snapshot of some key demographic data as it relates to the composition of our school. We're proud to say that our diversity is celebrated and valued through our classroom instruction and various school-wide events, including our multicultural carnival that takes place each spring. Here are our most recent state data points. We're pleased to have made 6% gains in both math and reading, and a 19% gain in science. And we're pleased that our multilingual learners are making progress. At the same time, we're constantly in reflection and action mode regarding ways to improve outcomes for all students. This slide helps shine a light on 6 focus areas that help illustrate what Ledesma is all about. Instructionally speaking, we'd like to highlight our emphasis on small group differentiated support, supports for our MLLs, and our STEAM and EdTech integration. In an effort to support the varied needs of our students, we employ lessons that focus on socio-emotional learning. And we have an established reset room and classroom common corners to aid with regulation. We recognize students every month for exemplifying our character traits. We also proudly partner with the City of San Jose and the Walk and Roll program, along with Village Sports and our extended learning providers, Champions and Think Together. Finally, we seek to enhance the learning experience with arts integration, including music, arts, and parent-led Art Vista lessons. I'd like to highlight a few of the ways we utilize our funds in alignment with our school plan. In Goal 1, we invest heavily in providing teachers with 2 grade level release days. These days are action-packed as we review pertinent data points and update our school-wide data matrix. In addition, we spend time providing professional development that relates to strategies and actions to best serve our multilingual learners. The bulk of the time is devoted to facilitating instructional planning time to teacher teams so they can integrate the new learning into the upcoming teaching plans. In addition, in Goal 5, we draw on funds to support our character trait and positive school environment efforts, which include purchasing books and recording read-alouds that emphasize our traits of the month, as well as providing certificates and gift cards to highlight students each month. Our emphasis on the academics includes attention to our core subject areas, including the inclusion of our new Envision math program. We are a SEAL-trained school for teachers in grades K through 3, and we bolster this with professional development around supports for multilingual learners at all grade levels. We also utilize the Writer's Workshop model and have recently begun the practice of developing writing portfolios that will follow students throughout their time at Ledesma. In addition, we emphasize character education through SEL-related lessons and a character trait of the month. We are thankful for our before and after school programs that work in conjunction with our team to extend the learning beyond the traditional school day. Champions offers before and after school care along with the preschool program, and Think Together works with over 90 students each day to offer after school enrichment, homework help, and exhibitions to showcase student work. We also team up with Village Sports to offer after school sports modules led by local college athletes. In addition, the district provides VAPA enrichment for all grade levels, and we enhance this with a vibrant Art Vista program that welcomes parents and guardians into the school space to lead art-related lessons for students. Our emphasis on supporting the socio-emotional needs of students is something we are most proud of. Students participate in daily morning meetings or circle time to identify feelings and celebrations, and we're blessed to offer a reset room where students can visit when they are feeling overwhelmed with grief, anxiety, fear, or other big emotions. Our reset room space is open throughout the day and offers a warm, inviting space with staff that can listen and offer art, music, or other activities that allow students to reset and focus in the classroom. We are blessed with vibrant family engagement. On the district level, we have parents who represent us at a variety of monthly community committee meetings, including DAC, Coffee Klatch, ABLA, and DLAC. Our school site council members assist with monitoring our school and safety plan. Our home and school club holds monthly community meetings, and they coordinate a number of fun and engaging activities throughout the school year, such as our Uncage the Lynx annual fundraiser and our springtime fun run. In addition, they support the enhancement of the academic program through assemblies, art vistas, and classroom volunteer opportunities. Some of the most engaging activities continue to be our family movie nights, where the cafeteria is filled with students, families, and alumni to enjoy snacks and a movie. Each spring, we host our annual carnival as well, and this year we'll be honoring our 25th year by opening our school time capsule, which was hidden or buried in the year 2000. I'd also like to call attention to our team of traffic volunteers who help us maintain student safety to and from each school day. Thank you so much for your time.
I am Christy Frankina, the privileged principal of Santa Teresa Elementary. While this is my first year at Santa Teresa and in the Oak Grove School District, I have 24 years of experience in education, and I've served as a principal since the year, July of 2020. While I'm new as an OGSD employee, my family is not new to the district. My children attended Minor, Oak Ridge, and Herman, with my youngest son graduating from Herman in 2018. At Santa Teresa, our mission is to cultivate a safe and nurturing environment where students reach their full potential. Here you see our monthly PAW of Achievement winners. These students are recognized by their teachers for outstanding academics and resilience and efforts in their learning at our all-school assembly. Parents are invited and students walk a red carpet to cheers, applause, and high fives from their peers. Our staff of 50 teachers, paraprofessionals, custodians, noon duties, and office staff serve a diverse learning community. While only 13% of our students are classified as English learners, 29% of our students are multilingual learners, speaking 26 different languages. We have 23 classes, including 2 TK and 3 extensive needs special day classes. We also host 3 county classes and include them in our daily activities whenever possible. Some of the actions taken through our SIPSA include purchase of supportive software such as BrainPop, Starfall, and Raz Kids, use of Scholastic News in order to supplement learning in science and social studies, ongoing training for our K-3 teachers as they implement SEAL strategies, and we also have a pull-out intervention program utilizing our leveled literacy intervention materials. Teachers run math academies after school to support students that are struggling with grade level curriculum. To support our students that have trouble with social relationships, we have an art intervention that meets every other week. I lead the students in a social emotional lesson utilizing Toolbox Project, and our partner teacher from Art House leads the students through a meditative art project. It provides a safe environment for students in grades 2 through 6 to make new friends and talk about social emotional strategies. I publish a weekly newsletter utilizing Parent Square that keeps families informed of upcoming events. I'm excited that this month our Journalism Club will begin submitting articles to the weekly newsletter. These articles will be written by our upper grade students about lessons and activities in the classes around the school. Teachers in kindergarten through third grade are SEAL trained. I feel like I'm on the wrong slide. I apologize. Teachers in kindergarten through third grade are SEAL trained. They attend regular professional development led by our ELTP on strategies to support our multilingual learners. Our teachers meet regularly in professional learning communities. Together, they review data and identify new strategies to help our students achieve proficiency. Our strong SST process helps teachers identify strategies to support students in the classroom and helps parents understand how to support their students at home. Our classroom walls are filled with evidence of student learning from anchor charts to student work. Our staff works hard to build positive and supportive relationships with our students. 93% of our students feel safe at school, and 91% of our students have identified at least one adult they connect with on campus. 12 of our 23 teachers have attended restorative practices training. Our strong PBIS systems offer many opportunities to celebrate students and their accomplishments. Each Monday, we honor Panther Stars, who demonstrate the mega skill of the month. Students are honored on the morning announcements and in the Paw Print newsletter each week. Our school has 3 programs to support childcare outside of school hours. Catalyst Kids and BASE provide before and after school care. Right at School provides care after school. This year, we are excited to offer a theater club to students. We're very excited to see our students perform in The Lion King Jr. in early April. In addition to the VPA programs provided by our district, our Home and School Association provides funds for Art House, which students attend a 50-minute art lesson every other week. Our focus on social emotional learning include a recess and PE program also funded by our Home and School Association. Students attend a 30-minute PE lesson every other week, and we have a coach from BGS Kids on the playground during recess and lunch 3 days a week. He works with our students on conflict management and engages them in organized sports activities. We have a strong Home and School Association. They organize 2 yearly festivals for our community. In the fall, the Harvest Festival brings our families together to celebrate our community. Families and classes donate baskets and items for a silent auction. There are food trucks, a DJ, games, and inflatables for all ages. Through this festival alone, our HSA was able to raise enough funds to support art house lessons and BGS Kids on campus. In the spring, we host a multicultural festival. Families host booths that share information about their cultures, and students provide dances and entertainment from cultures all over the world. Our parent community is frequently on campus supporting learning. Parents volunteer their time in classrooms, supporting special events, driving on field trips, and prepping materials for teachers. We are very fortunate to have such an involved community.
Good evening, Superintendent Chavez and the OGSC Board of Trustees. I am Mia Cruz, and this is my 25th year in education and my 3rd year of being the principal of Taylor Elementary. My husband and I have lived in the Oak Grove community for 20 years. My older son is currently at high school in Santa Teresa and is a product of Herman Intermediate. My younger son attended the TWE program at Del Roble through 6th grade and is now attending Herman Intermediate. Tonight, I'm going to give insights of what a student is like at Taylor Elementary. Taylor is a 21st century school that fosters collaborative, real-world experiences with high expectations in a safe and nurturing environment while preparing students to be the productive citizens. We have a diverse staff at Taylor, from teachers teaching over 30 years to those in their first year of education. Let's start with a look at who we are, school community. We are serving 516 incredible students, each bringing their own unique backgrounds, cultures, and experiences into our classrooms. Our diversity is our strength that make our school such a dynamic and inclusive learning environment. Our student population reflects the following cultures: 35% Asian, 34% Latinx, 18% white, 10% of 2 or more races, and 1% African American. We have 516 students enrolled, organized into 23 classrooms with 2 combo classes in K1 and 5-6, including 1 transitional TK, ensuring a strong start of your youngest learners, 2 special day classes providing tailored support to meet the needs of all students. You'll notice our California Distinguished School emblem on this slide. This is a testament to our commitment to academic achievement, inclusion, and student success. We are proud of the hard work that has led to this recognition, and we continue striving for everyday excellence. Our SIPSA goals are Taylor's lesson plan for the year, which are designed to ensure student success, equity, and engagement. These goals reflect our commitment to academic excellence, inclusivity, and community collaboration. The next 3 slides are school performance overview from the California dashboard. Math is in the green. Students scored 14.7 points above the standard. ELA is above standard. Despite some challenges, students are still 6.8 points above the standard. And our English language learners are thriving. 60% of our students are making progress with an increase of about 8%. Together, we're making incredible progress in improving student attendance. Over the past year, we have decreased chronic absenteeism from 19.5% to 17%, and we are committed to pushing even further. Our goal is to reach 96% school-wide attendance, which means reducing chronic absenteeism by another 7%. And why does this matter? Regular attendance directly impacts student success, academically, socially, and emotionally. And when students show up, they grow, learn, and thrive. To achieve our goal, we need everyone's commitment, students, families, and Taylor staff. And here's how we work together. We prioritize daily attendance. Every day counts. We monitor daily absences. As soon as our teachers take attendance, Ms. Sherry, our secretary, Ms. Gia, our health clerk, and myself, we start making those phone calls. If the absence remains unverified, meaning that we didn't get hold of anybody, Taylor teachers continue to reach out to our parents and guardians. Communicating support. When challenges arise, this is when our community liaison, Mr. Josh, can reach out and ask what support is needed so that our students can come to school every day. And of course, we celebrate success. We have a friendly competition amongst grade level. Grade level with the highest monthly percentage attendance rate receive additional preferred activity time with Coach Kai. With dedication and teamwork, we create making sure that attendance is strong at Taylor. At Taylor, we are also proud of our commitment to fostering a positive and supportive school environment, as reflected in our blue status on the California dashboard for suspension rates. The achievement highlights our dedication to keeping students engaged in learning while addressing conflicts through positive and restorative approaches. We believe in the power of restorative practices and peer-to-peer mediation to help students imagine and navigate conflicts in a constructive way. By teaching students to advocate for themselves and restore relationships, we empower them with essential life skills that go beyond the classroom. When challenges arise, we guide students in meaningful discussions that focus on understanding, resolution, and growth. Our goal remains the same. That is to maintain our blue status by continuing to invest in our students' success, well-being, and character development. We'll keep building a culture where every student feels valued and supported. And we go through the whole child approach. Our second step curriculum plays a vital role in supporting our PBIS matrix by teaching students essential social emotional skills that align with our school-wide expectations. Being safe, being kind, and doing your personal best. And what is second step? Second step is a program that helps students build human skills like nurturing positive relationships, managing emotions, and meeting goals so that our students can thrive. By integrating second steps with PBIS, we reinforce these core values daily, ensuring our students feeling supported, valued, and empowered to succeed. And last year, our PBIS team applied to receive the highest recognition. We were recognized with the Platinum Implementation Award. For this school year, we are going to strive to receive the same recognition. This is our first year of implementing SEAL. And what is SEAL? SEAL provides educators and schools with research and evidence-based, research-based tools that help dual language and multilingual learners succeed igniting a lifelong joy for learning in the process. Our kindergarten and first grade teachers will have a total of 12 release days of professional development in strengthening language development for our multilingual learners. One of our primary focuses is ensuring that all students achieve proficiency in the Common Core state standards. We also provide professional development to our teachers. Our ELTP, Ms. Jenny Ancheta Garcia, has supported Taylor's teachers with a comprehensive approach to learning and language functions professional development. And this past Tuesday, she and another ELTP, Ms. Alta Murano, supported Taylor teachers with multilingual learners with exceptional needs, which they will also be presenting tomorrow's PD. The after-school drama club led by Mr. McDonald provides students with a creative space to express themselves, build confidence, and showcase their talents through acting, singing, and performance. It encourages teamwork, creativity, and self-expression while fostering a love for the performing arts. Our 5th and 6th grade students will have the opportunity to shine on the stage, develop public speaking skills, and bring stories to life like High School Musical Junior last year, and this year will be The Little Mermaid Junior. The work that we do at Taylor is strengthened by the invaluable partnership we share with our community, especially our dedicated PTA. An active and engaged PTA plays a vital role in fostering strong connections between families, staff, and students, creating enriching experiences that enhance learning. When families are involved, school spirit thrives, and essential programs like classroom enrichment, family events, and volunteer initiatives become possible. This year, our PTA raised over $92,000 at our Harvest Festival. And these funds, they come back to our students. They directly support our BGS Kids program, classroom needs, transportation for field trips, Art Vista materials, and PE equipment. Their dedication ensures that parents and guardians have a voice in their child's education, strengthening the bridge between home and school. And at Taylor, we are deeply grateful for their commitment. We are committed to creating a welcoming and inclusive environment where every student feels a sense of belonging and support. Through a variety of programs and initiatives, we ensure that students not only engage in meaningful school experiences, but also receive the targeted academic and social emotional support they need to thrive. Our student council empowers students to have a voice in their school community, while our partnership with Foster Parent Program strengthens our ability to support students in unique circumstances. Additionally, our SEC preschool and TK classes provide an inclusive foundation for our youngest learners, setting them up for success. We take pride in celebrating students who demonstrate key character traits, reinforcing positive behavior and a strong school culture. Fun and engaging activities like our lunchtime flag football tournament for our 5th and 6th graders, led by Mr. Lovett, it creates opportunities for teamwork and sportsmanship. Our after-school program based Think Together and Right at School further enriches student learning beyond the classroom. And to increase our academic success, we offer after-school math intervention for 4th and 6th grade students taught by Ms. Nolan and Mr. Lovett. Additionally, we prioritize mental health and well-being through our intern counselor, Ms. Ashley. She is offering students a safe space to navigate emotions and develop resilience. With a focus on academic success, emotional well-being, and social growth, Taylor Elementary remains dedicated to ensuring every student feels valued and prepared to thrive as a productive citizen in our ever-changing world. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much to all of the principals in the Burnell learning community. We're very proud of all of our schools, instructional programs, and the positive school communities that are created there. So at this time, we'll open it up for any questions or comments from the board.
I'll start. Yes, I would like to thank all the principals in the Bernal learning community, learning community. I think throughout your presentations, you clearly showed a lot of pride in your school community, and I commend all of you for really creating such robust programs on your school site. I really appreciated Team Smunk. You all started off with high energy and definitely brought a vibe, definitely a vibe I connect with. So yes, thank you for that. And I in your presentation, I really appreciated, really the thoughtfulness and the intentionality that you were sharing in terms of building the master schedule. I would like to learn more about the student success and collaboration meeting, not right now, but maybe later on, as well as the advisory program. At Anderson, definitely a lot of changes, a lot of new staff, but I definitely appreciate the perspective that you're taking in terms of seeing all the transitions at Anderson as an opportunity for rebuilding and reimagining. At Baldwin, definitely loved the mission-driven, vision-focused approach that you're taking. I also appreciated having the opportunity to participate in your instructional rounds earlier this week that I will share more about later. Ledesma is my home school, so love Ledesma. Santa Teresa and Taylor, definitely appreciate all the family involvement, family engagement. Across all the school sites, definitely, I think the family participation is a big, I think, asset to our Oak Grove community. So yes, just thank you for taking the time out. I know it's super late night for you all. It's rainy out there too, so I definitely appreciate your time.
Thank you, everyone, for your wonderful presentations. It's really interesting to see such a variety of the different programming and how it's really built around the community and what our students need within each neighborhood and which school community. Thankfully, I'm very familiar with Bernal because my son goes there, so I'm there often. And I'm very familiar with Taylor as well because he spent 7 years at Taylor. So I spent a lot of time with the teachers and with Miss Cruz and other principals in the past over there. And I'd love to be able to be more involved with some of your community activities in our area at Taylor and Santa Teresa. It's just amazing to see how much effort the teachers have been putting in outside of the classroom as well, doing the community events and really bringing in our local neighborhoods into the schools so that they feel a sense of ownership. And so thank you very much for your presentations tonight.
Again, I piggyback on both of my colleagues here and saying how wonderful it was to hear from each of the principals and hearing about the schools and just the excitement of knowing how the students are attaining what they need for this school year. I mean, we can look back on other charts to see where they've come from, but we're looking at now. And so it's exciting to see the changes that are happening. And I loved hearing so much about how the absenteeism, how they are looking for programs to help in that and making sure that every kid counts and they're missed when they're not there, and how important it is to attend school. And so those things were very important. And just looking back at some of the things that I want to say in regards to some of your items that I took away from, obviously, Bernal, it was wonderful to hear and see the excitement that you have with each of the persons. I know that I've been on the school site before, and so it was wonderful to receive that and know how the check-ins are happening often. And then as far as Anderson, I was there today and just was in those classrooms. I was able to go to the home and school club, and the parent involvement is wonderful at Anderson. And just being able to see the SDC classes just as they're working together. So that was really fun. But also knowing, the support that the principal has at Anderson with the students. I did see with Baldwin. You know, I love, again, folklorico is my thing. So I was happy to hear that you're having folklorico there. I think with the high percentage of Hispanics, I think that's going to be something that we should all be looking at. As far as Ledesma, I have a family that is very dear to me that attends the school. And so I've heard great things. And I look forward to hearing more about what's happening there. Santa Teresa, I like that you're putting in the weekly newsletter. I think that's important. I do hear feedback from community members that share that they felt that the information coming out from individual schools sometimes is not something that they're able to attain from the individual school. There's a lot of district information going out, but from the individual schools. And so sometimes they have to sift through those. So knowing that that's coming out weekly, I think that's important for parents. And then as far as Taylor, it's wonderful to hear a distinguished school. And I saw the grandparent foster, that looks amazing program. And so again, thank you all for taking the time to share with all of us.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for taking the time to come today and give us a presentation on what's going on in your different schools. For what I took away is that was amazing to see the IVID program in Bernal. My son takes it and he's benefiting a lot from it. He's already looking forward to what he's going to do in college, doing research. So I was really amazed to see that going on there. Anderson, the hands-on learning that focuses on math and in art. Baldwin, the writer workshop. Writing is very important. The Desma, the walk and roll, and the writer's workshop. Yes, those are the things that I took away, and I was amazed to see that you guys are doing that in your schools. I'm just very want to say thank you for everything you do. These students are very lucky to have dedicated staff. Thank you.
So I will say this is a real eye opener for me. For one, I actually went to Anderson when I was young, and it's a really eye opener from the perspective that the changes that have gone through from my days to currently, and then additionally, eye opener from the perspective of such a similarity in the programs and the parent involvement that I'm seeing across all the schools, and whether they're at K-6 or middle school. So I really like that, and I hope it continues. And you get that parent involvement. It looks like you guys have a very nice, robust parent community where they're pulling in the dollars and funds to support that the overall school programs. And then one thing I hope going forward, if I could be of any assistance, there are some great programs that some of you highlighted, to kind of share that across all the other schools and try and increase the overall breadth within each school. It would be really great to see some of that. Thank you.
All right. At this time, we are going to take a 5-minute break because this is going to be a very long meeting. So get your wiggles out, everyone. We'll resume the meeting. Okay, I hope everyone had a nice little respite. We will now continue on with information item 7.2, presentation on the classroom audio and visual technology surveys and recommendations. Associate Superintendent Evans, can you please present this item?
Thank you, President Yu and trustees. I'd like to introduce to you this evening our Chief Operations Officer, Gabriel Altamirano. He's going to present tonight, continuing the conversation we had last month where we talked about the kind of modernization of classrooms from a furniture standpoint. He'll present some of the studies and surveys we've done related to the audiovisual and technology for the classrooms as he worked with the Ed Tech team and Educational Services Division. So here we have that up. Mr. Altamirano, are you ready to roll?
He's going to pass it to me first.
Okay.
Yeah, for sharing this one. Yeah. And before we begin, I just want to recognize the team who really spent a lot of time and energy and collaborative thought into getting to this point where we can make a recommendation for the standardization of the audiovisual technologies for our classroom. So it's very exciting. The team includes Mr. Altamirano, and also our EdTech team who is here with us in the gallery, Steve Harmon, Bruce Neff, and Sergio Rizzi, as well as, yes, they deserve that, as well as all of the teachers who piloted materials and technology in their classroom. So the information item tonight will review our Measure P school modernization goals and review the process and outcomes of the pilot for the AV technology. Our team has synthesized the results of the input and will inform the board on the final recommendations for standardized AV across the district. So just to review, the foundation of the Measure P campaign was focused on modernized classroom environments and other educational spaces, including science labs, music and art spaces, and as well as facilities that enhance safety and the educational programs. The work began when we began our work to determine what standardized technology we would have. We began this last fall by convening a modernization task force and moving through a process of gathering input of what the needs are across the district and what the wants are from teachers and staff. Classroom teachers were invited to apply to participate in the pilot, and they were selected based on the grade they teach, the learning community, and other leadership roles. So we really wanted to have a diversity of staff who are using the materials and the technology in different ways. And the classrooms were equipped with a variety of technology, but all had at least one interactive flat panel from one of 3 vendors. And just wanted to share a few characteristics of the pilot program. So we were really looking at the functionality of the interactive panels, the use of single or multiple displays in an audio system within the classroom, and then the connection to facilitate daily learning. Very important is the ease of use by the teachers and the students, because interactive flat panels also involve student use, and the management of multiple displays and the use of the speakers and the microphones. So at this time, I will now pass it over to Mr. Altamirano.
All righty, thank you. Thank you. Good evening, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Dr. Chaidez, and the executive team. If we go to the next slide, please. From the survey data, we had 214 participants weigh in on the audiovisual pilot program. 50% were TK to 3rd grade and 48% were 4th to 8th grade. The survey asked how many interactive panels are preferred for their classroom, and if a central AV control system is required, if voice amplification is required, and how students and staff should interact with the interactive panel. The response pointed to having 1 interactive panel per classroom that was wall-mounted with an adjustable height. Staff did not see a benefit to having a central control system, nor a central audio system. They felt the interactive flat panels audio speakers built into the panel would suffice. Staff did not see a value in in having a voice amplification system. The voice amplification system includes a pendant microphone that the instructor would wear, a microphone for students to engage, and a central speaker to amplify their voices. Next slide, please. Oh, I'm sorry, I think I have it. The survey shows that staff preferred the Promethean brand interactive panel. Again, I can't thank the pilot teachers enough, as they tested 3 completely different systems that all sort of do the same thing, but had unique characteristics and details tied into it. Next slide, please. For the classroom AV standard recommendation, the district will specify the following equipment as shown. And again, I really want to thank the EdTech team, Steve, Sergio, and Bruce, for really compiling all that survey data into building out this recommendation here. TK to 2nd grade will receive a 75-inch interactive panel to assist with reach of our smaller students. We want to make sure it's age appropriate or height appropriate, so they can reach every corner of the interactive panel. Grades 3rd through 8th will receive one 86-inch interactive panel. The panels will be wall mounted with a motorized height adjustment to encourage engagement from instructors and students. Instructors will have a voice lift device such as TopCat to enhance their voice to fill the room and help with their instruction. To assist staff with this new technology, we will have a wireless keyboard and trackpad. It will have Chrome operating system that mirrors our Google platform and Google applications. Our IT department will have a global management system to help assist in training, as well as assist in management of the interactive panels. Turning these panels off every day and turning them on is a really important factor for us. Furthermore, the district seeks to provide additional mobile carts to bring the same technology from the classrooms into the libraries or into the hallways to kind of expand the classroom learning environment. Oh, thank you. The district is excited to incorporate these recommendations into our upcoming modernization projects at Christopher, Herman, and Stipe. And with that, I conclude our presentation. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to help answer them or point to the brains behind the operation here and get some assistance too. All righty, thank you.
So I apologize, man. I just had a couple quick questions. What is the kind of the longevity of these panels or the operating system associated with them?
Good question. We are estimating, based off the manufacturer's recommendation, that these TVs or interactive panels can last about 10 years.
Okay.
So with that, we are constantly thinking, how do we transition out of that? Or how do we supplement it with new technology? So we feel like 10 years, technology is going to change, technology is going to grow. Also, the price of the interactive panels will likely come down. But for now, we're estimating about 10 years.
And then associated with that, the back-end operating system, I'm assuming that that's going to be a continuous upgrade as need be.
Yes, we foresee that as well. We are speccing out the Chrome operating system. And with that, there will be some routine updates, as well as the new technologies will come to assist that interactive panel. For now, Chrome looks to be a stable platform that we're confident in.
And then one last question. Did you guys also consider APS units for power backups?
We do not.
Or for surge protection or anything to that nature based on?
So the electronic or the powered wall mount will have a surge protector built into it, and the interactive panel will get kind of plug into that unit. But dedicated battery backups doesn't seem to quite be in our budget at this time.
Okay.
The MDF and IDFs across the district will have UPS systems to provide network capability, but unfortunately, not to the interactive panels at this time.
Thank you.
In regards to, I guess, like where it's going to get placed in the classroom, is the idea that this interactive panel is going to replace like a screen projector thing situation?
Yes, that's the goal. The classroom will slightly change in how we teach today. As we modernize school sites, we're going with mobile furniture, as we've shown at our last presentation. And so we're really encouraging staff to use that mobile furniture to change the way we teach. With the interactive panel, it's not the largest screen. 86 inch is very large. But with that, we want to really teach to the width of the classroom and not to the depth of the classroom, if that makes sense. So we will place it centrally on the widest wall in the classroom. So again, students can see it from all angles, as well as come up to the interactive panel, engage, and have that interaction.
I am curious to know, during the pilot, how did the teachers use the interactive panels? Like, what were some of the activities that they did, or how did the students use it?
From some of the feedback we received, some secondary displays were used as static displays, such as daily agendas and activities. The main display was used for really transitioning from their laptops and kind of casting to the panel. A lot of Google Classroom activities. There were some key functions in regards to using timers was really popular, as well as embedded YouTube or embedded media and adding that to the presentation. One key feature of Promethean allows you to cast your screen, but then also write directly on top of it. And that's going to be a popular feature for Promethean users.
Great. Are there any more board comments or discussion?
Is the screen like digital, or are they still like writing in it? Like more
I'm
like a tablet kind of
The
screen?
screen is a full-size LED that's very similar to this one shown here. And so it responds to touch, but it also has a pen. So you can use a pen to dictate, draw as a mouse as well, and slight pointer. So it's pretty strong technology.
Last question is, are the kids able to like share the screen to the screen?
That's a goal. And so we want to encourage them to not only use their Chromebook, but also cast too. And so with the pendant, the microphones, really build up their public speaking skills, cast to the presentation or to the board, and present to their classmates. So we're hoping for that.
Yeah, it's one thing that I like that I saw the kids are gonna have microphones, so it's gonna boost their confidence to like hear their voice louder, speak up.
Certainly. And some students need that microphone and some students may not need that microphone.
Thanks.
What's the warranty on devices like this? I know we've purchased a bunch when we opened up City Hall, and then they were broken within 1 year. So
Typical warranty is 1 year from when we receive it. And so we're trying to spec out the best product that's available to us. 1 year seems to be a pretty standard warranty for any interactive panel.
okay. And then the accessory devices, do we keep extras? Like you said, a pen in a classroom can go missing really quickly.
Yes, we thought long and hard about that. So we'll furnish the initial, and we'll probably keep an attic stock of a few to have on hand. But some of that may come back to the site to replenish as a site expenditure.
Okay, thank you.
Just two quick questions. One, did you guys look at like the assurance plans or anything like that for extended service protection that could be packaged in?
We have not yet. I know we have insurance packages for our Chromebooks and some other technologies, but to my knowledge, I don't believe we looked into that quite yet.
Okay. And then lastly, did you guys encounter any issues? So my understanding is if it's going to be a wall mount, pull out, bring up and down, was there ever during the trial period, there are instances where teachers will give free time to kids and the kids are going around? Are they bumping heads or anything? Do we need to worry about that?
Very good point. Very good point. For the pilot, we tested out 3 different styles of mount. We tested out a fixed mount, non-adjustable. We tested out an electronic powered adjustable mount, as well as a weighted spring balance box. And so from those tests, the fixed was the least enjoyable or at least liked. The spring box, what has counterweights to it, we would need to spec out 2 different series. And so for one series, the TV wasn't heavy enough, and so it kept creeping up. There's also ongoing maintenance to tighten up the tension on that counterbalance weight. So we didn't like that option. For the electronic power height adjust, that seemed to be the best and most reliable, as well as the least hands-on maintenance from that perspective. In regards to hitting your head and things like that, for those reasons, none of the mounts spec'd out have the tilt functionality or the swivel functionality. So they're all fixed plane, parallel to the wall.
Sorry, so they'll be flush mounted.
They won't be flush mounted. The electronic balance box, the manufacturer that we're going with, pushes the TV out about 4 inches. So it's 4 inches, and then the depth of the TV. And that, again, accommodates the power supply in the back, the Chrome OPS system in the back, and then provides enough mechanics so it can go up and down.
Okay.
So we will have one probably soon in our Davis Learning Academy. And it'll be a great time to kind of show off that space and maybe have you guys do some lessons for us.
Great. Thank you, Gabriel. I also thought it was very appropriate that you were referring to notes on a device for this presentation. Thank you. All right, that takes us now to information item 7.3, LCAP mid-year update. Assistant Superintendent Anna, please present this item.
Okay, thank you, President Yu and members of the board. Tonight, I have with me the entire Educational Services Division Administrator team to present with me the mid-year update for the 24-25 implementation of the Local Control Accountability Plan. While it's been a common practice in our district to provide this mid-year report to the board, it did become a state requirement last year. And now, before February 28th of each year, all districts must provide an update on the LCAP goal metrics and expenditures related to the actions outlined for each goal. In tonight's presentation, I'll provide an overview of information that will be presented, as well as share any mid-year data updates for each goal. Then team members will approach the podium to share an update on the actions that are in progress for each of the goal areas, and we'll invite questions from board members at the end. So this illustration shows sort of the LCAP metrics where we're at during this time of the school year. Some of the data points that are outlined in or defined in our LCAP metrics are lagging data. So we have outcomes for the year that are already known. With some data points, we are able to pull mid-year data to show where we're at, where we are in progress. And then some data points may not be available because we won't know until the end of the school year. So there's sort of 3 buckets, and similarly, we have expenditure reporting that shows some expenditures that have not started, some that are in progress, and some that have completed. This chart here shows our projected 24-25 adopted budget in comparison to the first interim reported funds. Associate Superintendent Evans covered this topic in detail during his first interim presentation to the board, but I wanted to highlight the biggest discrepancies are with the local and federal funds between the projected and the interim. The increase in federal funds reflects 23-24 carryovers such as title money, and the local funds increased to include RDA funds, teacher residency grant pass-throughs, residency pass-through grant carryover, additional medical reimbursements, and other local funding such as regular donations and use of facilities. We'll get started with goal 1. All students will be proficient in meeting and/or exceeding all Common Core state standards and 21st century skills. In the next 3 slides, I'll share academic data points as well as technology data points that measure actions for goal 1. One important point to note is the student groups that have been selected to specify for data points throughout the presentation. So why do we have certain student groups on some data points and different student groups on other data points? When we were writing the LCAP, it was a requirement to track the student groups if they were served by increased and improved actions that the metric measures for that goal, and or if a student group was in the red area for the dashboard indicator in the 22-23 school year. So there's many different factors, and that's why you'll see a variety of student group data. So here we see that our overall achievement in math went up by 1%, and in ELA, we declined by 2%. We showed slight gains in the area of math with the Hispanic Latino community, but there were declines with the other student groups. In ELA, we showed gains with students with disabilities, socioeconomically disadvantaged students, and Hispanic Latino students. Even though this data is not reflective of our current LCAP because it's last year's data, we're always looking at multi-year trends and for ways that we can continue to grow and maintain improvement. In this next slide, the iReady assessment is our benchmark or diagnostic tool that we administer 3 times a year. Our iReady mid-year data is fairly consistent from last year. 45% of our students scored at or above grade level in ELA and 38% in math. English learners made a 4% gain in math on this year's mid-year from last year. Our technology goal from the prior LCAP plans was for this year folded into goal 1 for the 24-25 LCAP plan and moving forward. We administer an annual technology survey to all teachers and administrators, and as well as to students in 3rd through 8th grade. The survey is given in late fall, and again in late fall, so that is in November we gave this, and it showed that 98% of students engage in technology. They reported that they engage in technology weekly, and 89% reported daily use of technology. Now I'd like to introduce Director of Curriculum Instruction and Assessment, Dr. Patricia Mondragon Doughty, and Curriculum Instruction and Assessment Coordinator, Eva Marcoida, to share the LCAP action updates for Goal 1.
Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Anna. Good evening, Board and Superintendent Chidas. The following action items have been completed or are in progress, and I'm going to share a few that we would like to highlight. Thanks to Proposition 28 funds, we have added 5 new visual and performing arts teachers this school year. As a result, all TK through 6th grade students now receive instruction in 2 of the 3 VAPA offerings. They receive art, music, and/or theater. This school year, we have implemented Savas and Vision as our new math curriculum. Training and professional development days have focused on its key components, including strategies aligned with universal design for learning and support for our multilingual learners, newcomers, and students with disabilities or diverse needs. Additionally, we are excited about our district-wide professional development day tomorrow, where we are offering 40 unique sessions on topics such as foundational skills, supporting multilingual learners with exceptional needs, expanding knowledge of our core curriculum, Envision Math, Twig Science, Studies Weekly, Discovery Education, and many more. Each session will address the needs of traditionally marginalized student groups. And lastly, we are currently leading a reading difficulties risk screener committee. This dedicated group of Oak Grove School District educators have volunteered to evaluate and pilot state-approved reading difficulties risk screeners. The RDRS committee will recommend a state-approved reading difficulties risk screener to the board for adoption in the 25-26 school year.
Thank you, Mrs. Marcoida. Good evening, everyone. I'm Dr. Patricia Mondragon Doty, and here are some additional updates for Goal 1. We have maintained a 1-to-1 student device ratio by purchasing new devices and repairing and replacing broken or damaged devices. Our departments and school sites are currently evaluating the standardized classroom visual display options that you just heard. AI Task Force is working on developing a district framework for AI use. Through collaborative efforts with district framework through collaborative efforts with district community members, they are providing insight, diverse perspectives, and recommendations to develop a comprehensive AI framework to the district. This framework will guide students, families, educators, and staff in the ethical, equitable, and effective use of AI tools and technologies in our schools. This will ensure alignment with the district's educational mission and core values. The framework's objective will be to engage diverse perspectives, promote ethical AI practices, develop actionable guidelines, enhance awareness and preparedness to support innovation. Our EdTech coaches here with us tonight are supporting specific applications to ensure equitable access to technology. They work with district management to facilitate change in programs and systems, train staff year-round, huge task, review program effectiveness, and support the implementation of new curricula and programs. They provide one-on-one support to teachers and staff with any educational needs related to software programs and provide school-level and district-level professional development related to district initiatives. Specifically, just tomorrow, our AB Day with over 450 participants, they did all of the back-end work. In addition, our EdTech coaches maintain Google domain and Clever SSO and student data privacy compliance for over 433 approved applications. And now back to our Assistant Superintendent, Anna.
All right, thank you, team. That brings us to Goal 2. We will employ equitable practices to accelerate the academic and language achievement for traditionally underserved student groups, specifically English learners, socioeconomically disadvantaged students, foster youth, homeless youth, and students of color. For Goal 2 metrics, we use dashboard indicators, English learner reclassification rates, and long-term English learner, or LTEL, rates to measure our actions. The English learner progress indicator on the California dashboard maintained the same color as reported at the January board meeting. However, the data shows a decline from 51% to 43%. As of January, we have reclassified English learners to English proficient at a rate of 6.7%. And within that group, 2.7% of ELs with English learners with disabilities and about 4% of Hispanic Latino English learners have been reclassified this year. In the fall of 2024, 10.7% of our English learners were identified as LTELs. Among LTELs, about 30% have disabilities and 82% are Hispanic Latino. Again, dashboard data results are lagging data. So this is from the last school year. On the LCAP metrics for dashboard, ELA, and math, we report the distance from standard. So I explained this in the January dashboard presentation, but again, the distance from the standard is the average of student scores in relationship to the cut point score for each grade level proficiency. For the academic indicator in ELA, there was a 4.6 point distance from standard decrease. Socioeconomically disadvantaged students, English learners, and students with disabilities all declined in their distance from standard, while homeless youth showed a significant increase, and Hispanic and Latino students also showed an increase. For math, there was a 2.6 point decrease overall, and all student groups also showed a decrease with the exception, again, of our homeless youth who had a 40-point increase in the average distance from standard. And now I'm going to welcome Curriculum Instruction and Assessment Coordinator Julie Silva and Student Family and Community Services Coordinator Laura Demery to share the action updates for Goal 2.
Thank you, Superintendent Enna. It is my pleasure to share with you the actions and services of Goal 2. This year, we began training and implementation in the Sobrato Early Academic Language Model at 2 school sites. We also continue to train teachers yearly who are new to our district or new to a grade span. A total of 14 school sites are now SEAL school sites, 6 of which implement the model TK through 6th grades. This research and evidence-based model program builds the capacity of educators to powerfully develop the language for and through the content. These high leverage strategies are also adapted across all content areas through teacher-coach collaboration. Support for the SEAL model is a significant part of the role of 9 English learner teacher partners, as you heard from our principals this evening. Coaches also support teachers with student-centered coaching. This year, we welcome 2 additional coaches, bringing us to 9 coaches. This increase has allowed us to provide a full-time coach at 4 of our sites with the largest number of multilingual learners. Additionally, ELTPs have delivered over 30 professional development sessions focused on the integration of content, language, and literacy, specifically in math and science. Additionally, we are also providing support to teachers and sites by way of Title III mini grants. This year, there are 50 teacher mini grants available at $500 each, and sites may apply for up to $1,200 in additional funding to provide resources and intervention supports for English learners and long-term English learners. With all the support provided, we also monitor our English learner progress yearly and complete the reclassification process using Elevation, a data and workflow system specifically designed for English for multilingual learners. Additionally, we are providing site-based intervention funding for elementary and middle schools. These funds are budgeted out of supplemental funds to improve and increase services for unduplicated students. We are very proud to offer adult English as a second language classes at 3 of our elementary sites for adults, and we are excited to continue these classes this summer parallel to our Newcomer Academy. 9 TK through 3rd grade teachers make up our 3rd cohort receiving ethnic studies training. Students in the ethnic studies classrooms engage in critically examining the experiences and honoring the contributions of historically marginalized communities in local, national, and global contexts. A cornerstone of ethnic studies is to analyze, interrogate the intersectionality of identity and the dynamics of race, power, and privilege. Ethnic studies seeks to promote a deeper understanding of self, others, and society for civic and social transformation. Ethnic studies fosters a sense of connectedness and belonging for students of color. And finally, we are very proud to provide opportunities for students of African ancestry and Latino students to participate in the Black program, Dream Keepers, Hispanic Student Recognition, and Young Black Scholars Club. And now I will pass it to Ms. Laura Demery.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. I too am an alumni of Oak Grove School District. I oversee all the before and after school programs, which are funded by a couple of our state funds. ACES is one of them, the After School Education and Safety Grant, which provides a safe place for a lot of our students in the DLC to be after school until 6 p.m. We serve approximately 541 of them at the school sites Stipe, Edenville, Christopher, Davis, Hayes, and Del Roble. Through our Expanded Learning Opportunities Program funding, we're able to expand all of those services to all of our K through sixth grade schools across our district, and we're serving about 1,500 students every day. We also serve 500 students during the non-school year, so during summer and some of the breaks through our partnerships with Boys and Girls Club, Think Together, and Right at Schools. Many of the school sites that presented today talked about their robust programs and partnerships that they have. In addition to this, we provide a small set aside of scholarships for students that are experiencing homelessness or might be in foster care. This really supports those students and families if they need any before school services. So we provide them with hot breakfast and a warm place to be before they go to school and have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Thank you. Goal 3, we will provide an inclusive learning environment for students with disabilities to best support social, emotional, and academic development. The data points on this and the following slide are specific to our special education population. Students with disabilities were in the red level on the California dashboard in both English language arts and math with a negative 118 and negative 133 distance from standard points respectively. On the iReady mid-year benchmark assessment, 17% of students with disabilities were scored at or above grade level in reading, and 14% were at or above grade level in math. Each year, the state sets target inclusion rates for students. This year, the target for students in special day classes was 15% of the enrolled students. 15% of the enrolled students are with general education peers at least 40% of the day or more. 5 out of 10 sites with SDC or special day classes are meeting that target. For students who receive resource specialist services, the state target was 64% of enrolled students spend at least 80% of their day with general education peers, and 8 out of 18 schools are meeting that target. And I now welcome Special Education Director Luciana Park and Special Education Coordinator Megan Duffy to share details about our LCAP actions in place to support this goal.
Thanks, Janae, and welcome. Good evening. We appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today about our ongoing efforts related to Go3. We have several action items currently in progress.
Would you mind speaking closer to the mic?
All right.
Thank you.
We have several action items currently in progress that are making a significant impact within our district. First, I am pleased to report that Christopher and Edenvale Elementary Schools are actively participating in the continuous improvement monitoring for the Comprehensive Coordinated Early Intervention Intervening Services, or CIM for CSAIS. This initiative has proven invaluable in facilitating effective interventions to support the pre-referral process, particularly addressing the significant disproportionality that was found among Latino students identified with specific learning disabilities. Although our district annual determination report did not classify us as significantly disproportionate for this school year, we remain committed to implementing the CIM for CSAIS plan to ensure equitable supports to all our students. In addition to these efforts, we are preparing for an important professional development day scheduled in April. This session will bring together our middle school co-taught teachers, both special education and general educations together. It will be facilitated by our Inclusion Collaborative, and this professional development will enhance the skills and strategies of our teachers, ultimately benefiting our students in co-taught classrooms. Moreover, I would like to highlight the work of the Pantane Network, which includes our Christopher TKK special education and general education teachers. This network is dedicated to supporting the inclusion of students specifically diagnosed with autism. We are excited to announce they will be celebrating their achievements and discussing their impactful work during a spring showcase.
Good evening. Good evening. I'm Megan Duffy, Coordinator of Special Education. Proud to share some completed action items under Goal 3. We have successfully returned 7 county students back to our district programs. Throughout the year, we've been diligently evaluating student growth and abilities to ensure that students are placed in the least restrictive environment, ultimately facilitating their return to our district programs. Furthermore, we've increased our co-taught inclusion classes by 1 class in each district middle school. This expansion reflects our ongoing commitment to fostering inclusive educational practices, and we aim to continue this momentum in the coming years. In conclusion, our dedication to improving educational outcomes for all students remains unwavering. Together, we are making strides towards creating a more inclusive and supportive environment for every learner in our school district. Thank you.
Great, thank you. That brings us to goal 4. We will actively engage families and community members in supporting the implementation of Common Core state standards instruction and providing input to providing decisions. Our metrics indicate that we continue to provide robust services for translation and interpretation. What's important to note is that written communication is a bit lower this year due to AI embedded features in online tools. Oh. Can you get me some power, please? Sorry, my computer has a low battery. Thank you. So the AI tools online don't replace human translation, but it does decrease our need for human translation. Our district parent groups have 80% or more school representation, and we are still working on getting more parents to the DLAC, District English Learner Advisory Council, and all of our groups to make it 100%. Should I pause? Keep going. Thanks, Amy. All right. So now I'd like to introduce OGSD's Public Information Officer, Sheetal Singh, and Student, Family, and Community Services Coordinator, Shannon Bowie, who will review the action updates for Goal 4.
Hi, good evening, everyone. So goal 4 of our LCAP focuses on actively engaging families and community members by seeking their input on our programs and services. This year, as part of our LCAP survey experts, we were able to expand our in-person outreach to our Title I schools and underrepresented schools by hosting community conversations, interactive feedback sessions held during morning drop-off in person. In addition, we continue to offer bilingual in-person registration support at our 4 Title I elementary schools, ensuring accessibility for all of our new families as they're registering their new students to our district. We are also proud to continue to provide regular, relevant, and multilingual communication to our staff, parents, students, and the broader Oak Grove community through Parent Square, our district website, and various social media platforms. And thank you all for following us. Our commitment remains clear: to engage, connect, and empower our families and community through meaningful communication and support.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Shannon Bowie. I'm the coordinator for Student, Family, and Community Services. I wanted to highlight that we have a full-time public information officer who you just heard from, Sheetal Singh, who meets regularly with all departments to support with communication and highlight our district. We are fortunate to have 5 community liaisons who reach out to parents and families to support with chronic absenteeism, to support families experiencing difficulty, and connect our families with counseling services. We also offer many parent engagement events, starting with a back-to-school resource fair in August, parent informational events like digital citizenship and digital safety and cyberbullying, Narcan parent presentations, and a recent rent stabilization housing presentation. All of these parent engagement events are free, and we are in the midst of planning our annual District Cinco de Mayo events that will be held at Davis this year on May 2nd. We hope to see you there.
All right, thank you. And that brings us to our last goal, Goal 5, school and classroom environments support learning, safety, engagement, and healthy well-being. Attendance, discipline, and student connectedness and belonging data are used to measure the effectiveness of Goal 5 actions. The California Dashboard Indicator for Chronic Absenteeism showed improvement with a nearly 5% decline in 2024. All student groups that we report showed a decline in chronic absenteeism. Our suspension rate indicator showed a slight decline, a 2.7 rate for suspensions translates to a total of 50 students suspended once or more last year out of 8,869 students enrolled. Additional mid-year data includes our expulsion rate, which remains at 0, although there has been 1 expulsion this year. The attendance factor as of January this year was 94.07. For students who responded to the Safety, Connectedness, and Belonging Survey, 91% said they feel safe at school. And similarly, 90% of English learners and 92% of students with disabilities reported feeling safe. 76% of students reported feeling connected at school, with 74% of English learners and 77% of students with disabilities reported feeling connected. I'm going to welcome to the podium Director of Student, Family, and Community Services, Dr. Genevieve Dorsey, and Coordinator Shannon Bowie to share action updates for Goal 5.
Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Anna. Hi, my name is Genevieve Dorsey, and I'm the Director of Student, Family, and Community Services. We have several high-impact actions that influence our data in Goal 5. First, we hold Saturday academies at most sites at least once a month. These Saturday academies allow students who have missed a regular school day to make up that absence on a Saturday. As Principal Butler noted, there are some sites that are working together when they don't have enough staff members to hold a Saturday academy. They combine Saturday academy students at one site. Second, we have 1 mental health specialist, 1 clinician, and 14, soon to be 15, mental health associates or interns. And together they serve over 425 students in our district with a 1-to-1 ratio or 1-to-1 counseling. We also support families who are seeking mental health services through School Link Services and Care Solace. While School Link Services support students and families to provide services to students mostly during school hours, Care Solace works with families, their insurance providers, and or Medi-Cal to connect families with mental health services outside of school. And here finally in bullet 4, I wanted to note that it's important that our foster youth, our housing insecure youth, on the dashboard is called homeless youth, English learners and socioeconomically disadvantaged youth have not only programmatic supports that you've heard about in previous slides, but we have dedicated staff here at the district office that are serving these communities within our district. And with that, here's Mrs. Bowie to share the incredible work outlined in the last 4 bullet points.
We're excited to share that in addition to the over 85 teachers trained last year in restorative practices, we will have trained another 75 teachers by the end of this year. Some of our new duties also received an abridged training with restorative practices, as well as our special education instructional assistants in our intermediate schools and our base staff. We are seeing restorative practices, as you heard earlier, with our principals in many of our classrooms, and we're happy to report, as Assistant Superintendent Enna said, that our internal student safety, connectedness, and belonging survey shows growth in student safety across the district, with many school sites also reporting increases in connectedness. We see this as a direct result, a direct correlation to the implementation of restorative practices in our district. I also want to share that we have a stellar health team with 1 credentialed school nurse and 1 licensed vocational nurse in each learning community. Our credentialed school nurses have also completed over 90% already of the mandated hearing and vision screenings for all OGSD students in grades TK, K2, 5, and 8. So you can see that's a big lift. Our team is proud of the work of our teachers and staff and all that they are doing to ensure student safety, including mental and physical health. And with that, I'd like to pass this back to Assistant Superintendent Janaea.
All right, thank you, team. So over the course of the next few months, the Educational Services team will begin working on analyzing the feedback from our educational partners from the survey and from this recent data to determine the effectiveness of our current plan. And the analysis will then serve to determine any changes that need to be made to goals, metrics, or desired outcomes or actions for the coming year. So we will bring a draft of the 25-26 LCAP in June to the board for discussion. And then again in June, the other June meeting for approval. This time, are there any questions or discussions about our LCAP mid-year update?
Hi.
Hi.
Thank you for the great presentation. You answered a lot of the questions I had on how to address some of the issues that we saw with some of the declining rates. I had a few further questions after the presentation. On the reading risk screener, does that include that dyslexia additional screener that the governor's proposing?
Yes, that's what
is
that
what that
is.
is?
It's, they call it the Reading Difficulties Risk Assessment, RDRA.
And is that coming to the board they said in the CSBA meeting today that we would have to choose which screener to move forward with in the upcoming year?
Yeah, so the state has pre-selected various options, and right now, Dr. Mondragondati and the CIA team are working through a process of piloting and selecting with a committee. So the committee is comprised of teachers across the district, and they're researching and looking into the different options, and they'll make a recommendation to bring to the board. I think we have that planned for April.
Fabulous. I had another question on the ESL, adult ESL classes. Do we prioritize our outreach particularly to our parents of children who are multilingual?
Yes.
Okay, that's fabulous. And then the last thing we talked about having scholarships for our homeless youth out there for BASE, which is fabulous. Do we provide other additional supports for our homeless youth? I had noticed when I was at Bernal, they actually had washer and dryers, and I didn't know how that was being utilized, if that was for a particular student group or for homeless youth.
Yeah, we do have several supports. Dr. Dorsey, do you want to come up and speak to this one? Transportation.
Yeah, so I'm not sure about the washer and dryers at Bernal, so I'll have to ask about those and get back to you.
Okay.
But yeah, we provide, so as a part of the foster or homeless youth program, we're able to provide transportation for families. So sometimes that looks like taxis or bus transportation, or even reimbursement for mileage if they can do that. It's primarily through transportation.
Okay. Thank you. I think that's it for right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the collaborative team effort in the LCAP presentation. I do have a couple of comments and questions. First, I am going to be very interested to learn more about the work that comes out of the AI task force, as well as the Reading Risk Screener Committee. As you all know, that is an area of focus for me in my day job. I also do love the fact that we have a team of ed tech coaches. I think that is very unique to our district, and definitely a benefit that not all school districts have. And if I understand correctly, our ed tech coaches are separate from IT, correct?
Yeah, the ed tech team is part of the educational services team. They are teachers on special assignment, so they have the classroom experience and the teacher credential to understand the dynamics within the classroom and how to best support teachers. They also work very closely with the IT department because they're working with the the hardware and the software, and the educational technology is technology. So they kind of straddle both departments, but they are TOSAs.
Great, thank you. And I definitely appreciate the work that you three do for our district. And I think you guys are like county recognized or something too, right? Like you guys have earned. Oh, state recognized. Wow. Kudos to you all. And then the other thing, I did like that our chronic absenteeism rate for our highlighted subgroups are decreasing. So it does mean that we are making movement, right? And making sure that kids are coming to school consistently. In terms of my questions, regarding our EL reclassification, I am curious if, in terms of like analyzing the data, is there like a trend or a pattern that we're seeing in where students are struggling, like domain wise, right? Like, are they struggling across all 4 domains? And domains are speaking, reading, writing, and listening. Or is there a specific domain that we're really seeing challenges in?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So our LPAC data in terms of the domains, we do store that in what Julie Silva mentioned is Elevation data platform. So we can definitely get back to you and break that down for you.
Yeah, that would be really interesting to know. Just because, you know, I'm curious if the students are doing well in say like speaking or listening, but they're really struggling in like reading or writing, then maybe we focus more, right? I mean, you all know that. And then in terms of like those AB like PD days, what happens after the teachers receive these trainings? Like, is there like a follow-up? Is it kind of like a one and done situation? Like, I'm just curious about like the accountability piece, right?
Yeah, so this professional development day is in a sense a follow-up from the first one in November. So the first one was really focused around math, the math curriculum, implementation. And so as a follow-up, we brought back our curriculum professional development specialists. And also there was a requested need for Twig science professional development. So we wanted to bring that back as a follow-up as well. So it was sort of a choose your own adventure, but we also had the opportunity to bring some other offerings of just other curriculum areas, as well as restorative practices, as well. We have over 40 presentations, but the bulk of them is math and science. And so the teachers and there will be some IAs there as well, have the opportunity to kind of expand on their learning. And then at the next professional development day, it will be site-based. So they're going to be working on school site-specific professional development. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I'm done with my questions. Do we have any more board discussion or questions? Go ahead.
I just had 2 questions. On the absenteeism, there was a mention that one of the schools is collaborating with a different school in terms of trying to get people into Saturday Academy. Is that working? Because I've heard parents in the past express, you know, traveling to a different, just their school, that's an issue. Now we're asking them to go to others. Are we seeing a growth? Are we seeing kids come from different schools? You know?
So that's a great question. February was the first month we tried it out. So
Okay.
I will have to get that data from the organization and get back to you on that.
Okay. And then in terms of suspension, I just had one question. Is there a chart that identifies the driving force behind these suspensions? What was the reason behind it? Was it, you know, like fighting? Was it something else?
Yeah,
What's
we can-
driving these things?
Great question. Thank you, Trustee Joglekar. We can certainly pull the reasons for the suspension. So the suspensions, the suspension data that we track does have the reason why, and we can pull that from last year or even at this point mid-year and share with that data with you if you'd like.
Yeah, it'd be kind of nice to see. And then the trajectory, is it going up, down? Are we seeing, from last year, I think it went down a little bit, but that's just mid-year.
Yeah.
I don't know where you were mid-year last year in comparison. So it'd be kind of good to see that.
Okay.
We'll get that for you. Thank you.
I have a question in regards to the county program that that had the students back into a regular district class. Just curious how that transpired. Does it happen often? Is it something that we're assessing students in the county program to bring them back into the district? And
Yeah, we are on, you know, on an ongoing basis, looking at, we always want to have students learning in the least restrictive environment. So at the annual IEPs or when an IEP team convenes to look at, are we meeting the needs of the students? Where can we bring them into the least restrictive environment? The IEP teams will move to make that choice. So that is our focus. We do want them to have access to their content and curriculum in an environment that is best suited for their needs. Mhm.
All right, thank you for the presentation. Ed Services team can feel free to go home. It's a long night. All right, let's move along to action items. So I will be presenting on action item 8.1 CSBA 2025 Delegate Assembly Ballot. The California School Boards Association, CSBA Delegate Assembly plays a critical role in representing the interests of our district and the broader educational community at the state level. The individuals selected as delegates will have the opportunity to shape educational policy and advocate on behalf of our schools and students. Members of the Delegate Assembly are elected or appointed by local board members in 21 geographic regions throughout the state. There are 2 meetings each year, one in May and one immediately preceding the CSBA Annual Education Conference. We have received the ballot for the 2025 election, and it is due to CSBA by March 17th. There are 7 candidates listed on this ballot. I will read off who they are. So we have Teresa Castellanos from San Jose Unified, Elizabeth Halliday from Campbell Union High School District, Van Lay from Eastside Union, Naomi Nakano Matsumoto from Fremont Union, Jorge Pacheco Jr. from Santa Clara County Office of Ed, George Sanchez from Franklin McKinley, and Vaishali Surke from Los Altos ESD. This ballot presents, you'll see on this ballot that 4 out of the 7 currently listed are incumbents. This ballot presents us with the opportunity to vote for 4 representatives who will advocate for our values, priorities, and the needs of our students at the state level. The delegates will serve 2-year terms beginning April 1st, 2025 through March 31st, 2027. All new and re-elected delegates are eligible to attend the May 17th through 18th Delegate Assembly meeting. Hopefully, all of you have had a chance to review the biographies and resumes of the candidates who are listed on the ballot. At this time, I will ask for a motion and a second to be put on the table for public comment and discussion.
I would like to make a motion to vote for the incumbents at this moment. Van Lay, Teresa Castellanos, Jorge Pacheco Jr., which we know well, and George Sanchez. And the reason for this motion is because they represent schools that are close to us, that understand our demographics and or our feeder district like Eastside Union. And so they understand the dynamics of our school district, and I believe would be apt to represent us at the CSBA delegation.
I will go ahead and second that motion. Board discussion? All right, I will. Oh, any public comment? All right, let's do a roll call vote.
Member Yolaka,
Voting for the 4.
Sorry about that. I vote aye.
Member Martinez? Member Torres?
Aye.
Vice President Aubert? President Yu?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Let's move on to action item 8.2, reschedule regular board meeting for June 2025. Dr. Chidas, can you please present this item?
Thank you, President Yu. This action item is in the spirit of having a quorum in our June meeting. Currently, there was a conflict with the June 18th board meeting. It's early enough to make this change in February. And so it is recommended to reschedule the regular board meeting originally set for Wednesday, June 18th to Thursday, June 26, 2025. At that meeting is where we would bring our budget for the entire year for next year and our final outcap, and also works so that we have quorum. Thank you.
May I have a motion and a second?
Motion to reschedule the board meeting.
Second.
Is there public comment? Any board discussion? Okay, let's please have a roll call vote.
Member Yolakar?
Aye.
Member Martinez?
Aye.
Member Torres? Vice President Aubert?
Aye.
President Yu?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, action item 8.3, resolution number 1496-02/25, reaffirming support of students and families regarding immigration enforcement actions at schools. Vice President Hebert, please present this item.
Good evening, everyone. As Vice President of the Board of Trustees, I'm honored to present this resolution, 1496-02/25, a reaffirmation of Oak Grove School District's commitment to protecting our students and families from immigration enforcements in our schools. This resolution builds upon previous commitment under our resolution number 1246-0117, making it clear that our schools are safe havens for all students, regardless of immigration status. Why this resolution matters. Education is a fundamental right. In 1982, the Supreme Court ruled in Pyler versus Doe that undocumented children have the same right to public education as U.S. citizens. Schools should be a place of learning, not fear. Students should never have to choose between their education and their safety. Federal law, including the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act, FERPA, protects students' records from being shared with immigration authorities without proper legal access. The Department of Homeland Security's own policy discourages enforcement actions at schools, recognizing them as sensitive locations where students should feel safe. This resolution reaffirms our district's unwavering commitment to ensure that no student or family is targeted or discriminated against based on their immigration status. Prohibits school staff from inquiring about or recording a student's immigration status, requires any request from ICE or federal government authorities to be directed to the office of the superintendent before any action is taken, ensures that staff are equipped to support students who express concerns about immigration enforcement, including proper legal access to legal and social service resources, and makes clear that Oak Grove remains sanctuaries for learning where our students can thrive without fear. This resolution is not just a statement, it's a commitment. It upholds our values of inclusion, safety, and educational access for all students, no matter their background. I urge my fellow trustees to support this resolution so that we can continue to stand by our students, their families, and our entire community. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Hebert. Can we get a motion and a second?
I move to approve resolution number 1496-06/25, reaffirming support of students and families regarding immigration enforcement actions at school.
I'll go ahead and second. Is there public comment? Can we have board discussion?
I just had a question. Is this So the way I understand it would, if ICE comes to the school with a warrant, would that then immediately go to the superintendent before they can enact on it? I'm just wondering, is that legally allowed? Because if they have a warrant, that becomes, it's a court order, and there's nothing from our perspective we can do.
So the answer is yes, they will still contact the superintendent's office. All of our school sites have been provided a script if that was to happen.
Okay.
And part of that script is that they would let the Immigration Enforcement Agency to one is provide the document, two is that they would be notifying the superintendent's office. Three, we would be notifying also our legal counsel or attorney immediately. But there's a whole step by step that we're following based on our district, California Attorney General that has provided to all the schools. So it's, but yes, you are correct that if there is a warrant, that is a legal document that we will obey, of course. But there is a process to go through that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So on the resolution, that doesn't include that, correct? So it's not stating that we are standing in the way of ICE or any of that. So it's not written that we're not upholding the law. We're just making sure that we are what it states, an open school receiving students, any student. Right? Correct?
Yes, that is correct.
I will say that I do strongly support the adoption of this resolution because it does reaffirm our district's fundamental commitment to equity, inclusion, and the well-being of all students. Furthermore, it does reaffirm that all schools in Oak Grove are places of learning, not places of fear. We do know that many families in our community still face uncertainty and fear regarding immigration enforcement. But as a school district, I think that we do need to stand firm in ensuring that our schools remain safe havens where every student, regardless of their national origin, citizenship, or immigration status, feels welcome, supported, and protected. By passing this resolution, we do send a powerful message that OGSD will not waver in its responsibility to serve all students. We'll continue to uphold their rights, provide critical support services, and ensure that no child's education is disrupted due to circumstances beyond their control. Right. If there's no more board discussion, I will call for a roll call vote.
Member Yolaka,
Aye.
Member Martinez,
Aye.
Member Torres,
Aye.
Vice President Obear,
Aye.
President Yu,
Aye.
motion carries.
Right, that takes us to action item 8.4, Board Policy 6158, Independent Study. Assistant Superintendent Anna, please present this item.
Thank you, President Yu and members of the board. The board policy 6158 updates are reflective of Senate Bill 153, which passed in 2024. It introduced important revisions to the independent study laws. Key changes included short-term independent study, long-term independent study, asynchronous instruction in attendance, and definitions of short-term and long-term independent study. So for short-term independent study, this is an optional alternative instructional strategy by which students in grades TK through 8th grade may reach curriculum objectives. And the minimum period of time for a short-term independent study option shall be 1 school day and up to 15 consecutive school days. This ability to provide short-term independent study for 1 to 15 days will, as OGA President Velasquez and Vice President Prola were mentioning, talking about attendance and the ability to increase our ADA. The short-term independent study we anticipate will support us with being able to not recover, but prevent that loss of ADA, especially for families who there's one-off, one-day absences. They're, visiting grandma on Friday, or they have a shorter need for being absent. Previously, the short-term independent study started at 5 days. And so this does allow us to follow the SB 153, but also be able to prevent some of that ADA loss. Long-term independent study is through our virtual learning academy. And so that offers a means of individualizing our education plan to serve students who have extenuating circumstances. And maybe it's due to health, but it makes classroom attendance difficult, and who are unable to access courses due to a variety of reasons, and they need to fill in the gaps in their learning. And so we are recommending action, recommending that the Board of Trustees approves Board Policy 6158. And as per Board Bylaw 9311, waive the second reading and adopt the policy for independent studies tonight. Upon adopting the board policy, the new board policy, we would then work with OGA, our OGA members, to work on a plan for communication as well as implementing the changes to the short-term independent study, because that will impact teachers. And we want to make sure that there are practices in place and collaboration with the teachers on how that will work, and making sure that there are avenues for parents to request short-term independent study that is doable for teachers in a short amount of times, and giving opportunities for students to have robust learning opportunities when they have to be away from school for the day or up to 15 days. So I'll pass it back to you.
Do we have any public comment? Board discussion?
I just had one quick question. So I know we have so if a child is sick, then they have you can get independent study work for up to starting at 3 days.
So the existing law, or the previous law, was starting at 3 days. Our Oak Grove practice was 3 or 5 days for independent study. And now it starts at 1 day. So really not intended for attendance recovery. It's not, we can't go back in time and say, oh, they were sick, let me get the work for that day.
Yeah.
And they can make it up. That that is not part of the law. Prevents us from doing attendance recovery, but it's the prevention of the loss of ADA in anticipation of students being absent.
So more like, I'm leaving 2 days early for Christmas. I want independence.
Yes,
Okay.
exactly.
So just to clarify, in terms of what the ask is, so we would be adopting board policy just to say that we would offer short-term independent study starting 1 day up to 15 days, but we're not taking any action on like implementation. Like that is still to be determined, right? The implementation part of it.
Well, we would then implement the board policy. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess my question is more like how many days do the parents need to notify ahead of time before,
I see.
like things like
So the specifics, yeah, that is what we then we'll work on drafting the plans for that. And I know that Public Information Officer Sheetal Singh and our Student, Family, and Community Services team have already kind of been brainstorming ways that we can effectively communicate to not just parents, but secretaries, because they handle a lot of the go-between, as well as teachers. And I know that the Teachers Union has an interest in collaborating on this, as do we. So we would begin that process right away. I think that Once we have this in place, we have a real opportunity to recover some, not recover, but to prevent some of that loss of ADA and increase our attendance rates.
I just want to throw out a scenario. So in the situation where a student, wakes up sick that day, could a parent call and ask for short-term independent study like that day?
That's a good question. I think that's something, those are the kind of the things we have to consider. Is that feasible?
Okay. Any other?
Also, if students are sick, are they able to do, engage in the schoolwork? We want them to recover and get healthy. So there's a lot to consider. And I think those different scenarios, how much time in advance and what are the reasons? Those are all the things that we need to consider. But the board policy updates that we're bringing to you are in alignment with the new law. Yeah.
And then two quick questions. So I know for Eastside Union, they have this where if you are sick, you cannot come back for a certain amount of time period. I don't know if we have the same, and would this rule apply to that?
This wouldn't apply to that. There are some health considerations that are in place, like fever-free for 24 hours, things like that. But this independent study really is separate from our illness practices.
And then are we setting a limit in terms of how many maximum you take over the year? So like if somebody says, hey, I want independent study once a month, it's kind of getting excessive at that point. Is there a limit? Like, hey, you can ask for 2, maybe 3 a year max.
I'm going to bring Sheetal Singh to the podium because she can answer that question.
Hi, good evening. So I want to go back to your last question around the illness. So Assistant Superintendent, sorry, it's a late night, is correct. So there is some health guidance in place that's separate than independent study. But one of the big game changers also with SB, the new law changes that takes away the reasons why. So families do, hypothetically, a student wakes up that morning, you cannot call in same day. There is language in the law that does prevent that. However, if your student wakes up and they have COVID and you know that they're going to be home for 5 days, you do have to mark the student sick for that day, but you can request the next 4 days out. So even if they are ill, in the past, there has been very limited language on the reason and rationale around independent studies. And it usually falls around travel or some sort of family trips or something like that. The new additional changes do expand those reasons to really be limitless. So that's one of the big changes. And in terms of your second question was around, sorry, can you repeat?
Yeah, so like what's the maximum amount we're allowing here? Or can a parent come and say, hey, every month I want 1 week off for my kid? Or are we saying, well, you can only ask for it 3 times or maybe 4 times max?
So SB 153 does not have a limit on the number of independent studies, short-term independent studies a student or family can request within 1 school year. The reason why there's no limit is because there could be various reasons, right? One, you're taking an extended trip to Mexico during Christmas break. You come back, you come to school, you end up getting pneumonia. There are various reasons. However, every independent study packet or request does need to be requested through the administrator or the principal of the site, and they must approve that. So as a former principal, one thing I'm going to look at is that pattern of attendance. Work completion. If I feel like it's a valid reason, there are external, circumstances that come up that are beyond a family or student's control, but that there is no limit in the law.
Eventually, this is also additional pressure on the teachers where now they're going off and correcting 5 up to 15 days worth of work. All of a sudden, there's a disruption from an education perspective where they're teaching specific things. And now if you're coming in on a consistent basis and saying, hey, I need to take some time off,
Yeah.
then they have to restructure their,
Correct.
maybe their test cycles or maybe their
And that's,
new curriculum that's picking up. So everybody's involved kind of a deal.
yeah, you're exactly right. And that's a big part of why this implementation is going to be so important to work with OGA around how we communicate this opportunity for our families. The intentionality behind the changes in the law are not to offer flexibility for families to leave the school system where the most of the learning happens. It's to give flexibility in those one-off circumstances to allow districts to also maintain their funding. So I think the communication, the support we provide teachers, the collaboration we do around implementation and communication to our families and our staff is going to be key to hopefully avoid misuse of the intentionality behind these changes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sheetal.
Any other questions?
Did we put a motion on the table?
No, not yet.
Can I get a motion and a second?
Motion to approve the updated independent study board policy.
Okay, can I get a roll call vote?
Member Yolakar,
Aye.
Member Martinez,
Aye.
Member Torres, Vice President Obear, President Yu,
Aye.
motion carries.
Hey, action item 8.5. It's Assistant Superintendent Bowles' turn. So please, can you present initial bargaining proposal for OGSD to CSEA?
Yes, thank you so much, President Yu. 8.5 and 8.6 are a bundle. It's a 2-for-1, but we're gonna present them separately because they do require separate approvals. And I'm wanted to share with you some background as we're excited to start the process of negotiation with our California School Employees Association. I'm so sorry that President Baylor wasn't able to stay for this item as we've been working collaboratively to bring this forward to you tonight. The California School Employees Association, Chapter 412, is the exclusive bargaining representative of our classified district employees. Whenever an initial bargaining proposal is issued from Oak Grove School District and has been presented at a public meeting at the Governing Board for public comment, the board shall move to approve the district's initial proposal at a public meeting. So this process supports a process of negotiation that is open in the spirit of honesty and mutual confidence that will allow the bargaining parties an opportunity to advance the goals of the district while enhancing the working conditions of its employees. So you'll see the attached file attachment for this. Oak Grove is proposing 7 articles to be sunshined for consideration at the negotiations table with CSCA. And so it is recommended that the Board of Trustees acknowledge receipt of the initial bargaining proposal of the Oak Grove School District to California School Employees Association, Chapter 412, and set a date for a public hearing of the proposal for March 13th, 2025.
I will go ahead and motion that the Board of Trustees acknowledge the receipt of the initial bargaining proposal of OGSD to CSEA, Chapter 412, and set a date for a public hearing of the proposal for March 13th, 2025. Can I get a second?
Second.
Public comment? Board discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Member Yolakar,
Aye.
Member Martinez, Member Torres, Vice President Obear, President Yu,
Aye.
motion carries.
Right. Associate Superintendent Bowles, do you want to go on with 8.6?
Yes, so we had a chance to share with you the sunshine proposals from the district to CSEA. Now counter, we'd like to share with you the sunshine proposals from CSEA to Oak Grove. They have 6 sunshine proposals or articles that they'd like to sunshine. All initial proposals proposals which relates to matters within the scope of representation must comply with Title 8 California Code of Regulations, Section 32900, et cetera, and California Government Code Section 3547. The public will have an opportunity to express itself regarding the proposal at the March 13th meeting of the Board of Trustees, where the board may move for final approval to begin the collective bargaining process. And we are scheduled to start pending board approval next month, start negotiations with CSCA at the table towards the end of March. So it is recommended that the Board of Trustees acknowledge the receipt of the initial bargaining proposal of the California School Employees Association, Chapter 412, to the Oak Grove School District and set a date for a public hearing of the proposal for March 13th, 2025.
I will motion that the board acknowledge the receipt of the initial bargaining proposal of CSCA Chapter 412 to OGSD and set a date for a public hearing of the proposal for March 13th, 2025. Can I please get a second?
Second.
Public comment? Board discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Member Yolakar, Member Martinez.
Aye.
Member Torres, Vice President Arbea,
Aye.
President Yu.
Aye.
Motion carries.
All right. The next three action items are around school improvement, and we will actually be bundling them together for one motion, similar to what we have done in the past. I believe it's you, Mark.
Yes,
Can you please
thank you,
present?
President Yu. The first item for action relates to our hearing with the CalShape HVAC grant funds that we received. Because of the change in format and the regulations, the company that put together the plan was also going to do the work, but they wanted to separate those duties. So we'll not be contracting with LifeWings, who put together the plan, but with MCOR to carry out the work. And those will be repairing and improving our HVAC systems, filters, and all, so they're more efficient, as well as adding CO2 detectors for kind of air quality sensitivity and awareness in our classrooms. So the request is that the board approve the MCOR contract, which will will continue the work that was planned under LifeWings. The total cost of the contract is $643,290 to be paid from the grant. The total of the two grants came to about $1.5 million. It's estimated to generate about $23,000 a year in savings for us by making those improvements in our HVAC. Item 8.8 is a deductive change order. These are my favorite change orders because they usually mean we came in under budget. We had a substantial work done at Bernal over a couple of summers, and this contract, I believe, was in the neighborhood of 13 million. We always have contingency built into the contract because there's always surprises in construction. And the contingency was about $855,000. We did use some of it, but not all of it. So we will have a deductive change order in the amount of $596,491.49 that will go back into our Measure P funds. And then lastly, of the three items, we have an amendment to our real estate purchase and sale agreement. It's the third amendment with True Life Companies. Back in March of 2020, the board moved to sell and lease surplus real property. We received bids for the Glider property, and on June 17th, 2021, the board reported in open session that they had directed us to move into agreements with True Life Companies. We did. They purchased the property for $26,625,000. It is still in escrow as they go through the procedures with the city to get all of the permits and authorizations to proceed with the project. That project is still delayed, and our current agreement ends July of this year, July 31st of 2025. So we want to extend that escrow to December 15th of 2025. We will also continue to collect monthly deposits from them, get all trued up in that, and those deposits are not refundable to them once they are paid. So if the deal did not go through, the district would still retain the deposits up to date at the point that the deal did not go through. But we anticipate, based on all the information we have lately, that the deal is progressing. It just needs more time to go through the process. So the amendment's primary objective is to extend the escrow window by almost 6 months. All right.
Thank you, Associate Superintendent Evans. I will go ahead and move that we approve action items 8.7, 8.8, and 8.9. Can I get a second?
Second.
Any public comments or discussion?
I just had one on 8.9.
Yes.
So if we're extending it for 6 months and we're getting, I believe you said 50? How much are we getting per month?
We get about 50,000 per month. So
Is that in addition to whatever we negotiated or?
no, those are
that's
just
part of,
those are deposits that cut towards the price is still remaining the same at 26 million.
so even if they're late, we're still, we're just taking deposits.
We're taking
we're not
deposits.
charging them for the
Right.
delay.
Yes, in the original contract, the deposits were held, but they were refundable. So at one point when we made the amendments, we made it, if this is lasting longer, then we're asking to keep the money if it takes longer so that it reduces our risk. So that amendment was, I believe that was in the first amendment that we made that change. So we're continuing that. It does delay it more, but if something were to go south, we would keep any of deposits over the next 6 months.
And in the original contract, did we ever stipulate that we are, they do have the option to extend until the city approves? Or this is just an extra that we are offering to them?
The reason was, they've requested the amendment because of the delays, because we had anticipated it would be done sooner. The original contract, I forget when it actually closed, but it was right around the time I was getting here. So it's been extended a couple of times because of the delays. But there was nothing in the original contract that gave them liberty to extend it without our renegotiating it.
Is there ever a point we're gonna get to like, okay, you can't extend anymore, you gotta start paying us a penalty at this point? Because, I mean, this is getting indefinite at some
Yes,
point.
it is taking far longer than they or we anticipated. So we can look at that if we have to go to a further amendment to have a larger ask at that point. The district is interested in closing escrow and getting through the process so that we
Yeah.
can complete it. Because I think at a December board meeting, we approved the plan for those funds that I'll be submitting to the state allocation board tomorrow. They allow us to submit the plan even before escrow closes.
Okay.
I just wanted to make a comment on 8.8. This is the first time in 25 years of reading agendas that I have ever seen a deductive change order. So kudos to you, Mark, and to our team bringing some money back into the coffers.
Thank you. That goes to Mr. Altamirano. He worked very hard, and Block Construction did a good job for us on that job. So you're right. It's a rare story. I have not experienced it myself either.
All right, let's get a roll call vote, please.
Member Yolakar,
Aye.
Member Martinez,
Aye.
Member Torres, Vice President Aubert,
Aye.
President Yu,
Aye.
motion carries.
Okay, let's move on to action item 8.10, the 5-year land lease agreement extension 2023-2028 between the Santa Clara County Office of Ed for its Special Education Local Plan Area, SELPA, programs at Santa Teresa Elementary School. Associate Superintendent Evans, please present this item.
Yes, thank you, President Yu, and thank you for defining SELPA for me. I was thinking that I had it right, but yes, we have multiple classrooms that the SELPA for Santa Clara County uses across our district. And in pre-pandemic, I believe it was around 2017 or 18, we stopped doing annual leases with them because they were our buildings and we were offering our facilities for them to offer programs that served our students. This lease is unique in that it is buildings that they own and they have on our property. So that's why there is a lease. It's usually just a land lease for $1 a year because they again provide the services, but they're responsible for maintaining the buildings. The county would like to extend that lease. And for some reason, I think in 2021, it subsided and did not get re-upped. So we're kind of clean up that lease that didn't get renewed in 2021 and get it back on there for another term. We wanted to go for 5 years. And it actually kind of is backdated to to 2023, and then probably in another 5 years. However, because the buildings are from 1996, how many years we'll be renewing or they'll be able to be usable, they're approaching 30 years old. So so the request is to approve the lease agreement with the Santa Clara County Office of Education and the SELPA Department for the years at just $1 a year to provide those services on the Santa Teresa campus.
All right, may I have a motion and a second?
Motion to approve the 5-year lease.
Okay, I'll go ahead and second it. Do we have any public comment? Okay, board discussion?
I have a question in regards to it. You said that the SELPA had owned the property. Is that like a portable outside?
Yes, they are 3 portable buildings that they own so they set them on our land and it's just a land, we let
and-
them use the land.
Okay, and so they'll stay in the portable
Yes.
through the county program?
The program will be run in the portables.
And
stuff.
totally separate from district classes?
I think they interact. They interface with the mainstream. Do they? Yeah, and they work with the principal there and also.
Okay, so the principal oversees those classrooms? that
Yeah, I don't
are
think they
somewhat-
supervise, do they? 'Cause they have an administrator because they're run by the SELPA and the county, exactly.
Okay,
But they live with us on the campus.
and so this has been ongoing?
This has been true. And like I said, the SELPA has other programs they run where they run them within our buildings. So there's not really a lease agreement for those.
And so is there any future desires or future thoughts on having the SELPA inside the area? Or,
It's a standard practice, and if their needs were to grow, they've been actually reducing some of their county programs. So they have fewer and more students are going back to districts like we talked about earlier. But this program is, for the foreseeable future, is going to remain as a SELPA program and will stay on the Santa Teresa campus. So we haven't heard of any plans to change that for them, and they haven't requested from us any spaces to use for other programs.
and any liabilities as far as their portables there?
The county is self-insured, so they provide us documentation and a letter that says they're self-insured, just like we ask for certificates of insurance from other users and stuff. So we do have liability agreements with them.
Thank you.
So, question on this. So if I understand, the program, it's at a school, but it has individuals up to 22 years of age?
No, the special ed programs the county functions up to 22 years of age. This is a program at an elementary school serving elementary school students. So,
Okay.
yes. Yes, I read that. That's going to cause a question.
Yeah. Like, well,
So, yes, that is the County Office of Ed and special ed programs serve students until they reach age 22. That's not true at this site. This is an elementary program.
but they do have ingress and egress options.
For the campus, yeah, but they're
campus.
kind of within the campus, so they come on, they're enclosed in our campus just the way our regular students are.
All right, can I get a roll call vote?
Member Yolakar,
Aye.
Member Martinez, Member Torres, Vice President Aubert, President Yu,
Aye.
motion carries.
All right, last action item, item 8.11, comprehensive school safety plans. Assistant Superintendent Enna, please present this item.
Turn it off. Thank you, President Yu and members of the board. The California Constitution guarantees California children the right to attend public schools that are safe, secure, and peaceful. The CDE public school districts, county offices of education, and schools and their personnel are responsible for creating learning environments that are safe and secure. Schools must be prepared to respond excuse me, to emergencies, including natural and man-made hazards, and strive to prevent violence and behavior issues that undermine safety and security. Comprehensive safety school comprehensive school safety plans include strategies aimed at the prevention of, education about potential incidents involving crime and violence on school campus and aspects of social, emotional, and physical safety for both youth and adults. The comprehensive school safety plans here are brought to you for approval as a routine item. They require annual approval. Although it is a 2-year rolling plan, we do have to update and approve them annually. And the school safety plans under Senate Bill 187 and subsequently Senate Bill 337 are required to contain the following elements. So assessment of school crime committed on school campuses, child abuse reporting procedures, disaster procedures, suspension and expulsion policies, procedures to notify teachers of students with dangerous behavior, anti-harassment policy, sexual harassment policies, procedures for safe ingress and egress, policies enacted to maintain a safe and orderly environment, rules and procedures on school campus, uniform complaint process, and goals to provide a safe and healthy environment. The school safety plans that are presented here follow a template that's modeled after our district comprehensive school safety plan and include goals and actions for each school that the school site council determines, as well as site-specific data. And so we are asking that the board approve our comprehensive school safety plans for each of our elementary schools as well as the district.
Thank you. I will move
Middle
that
schools.
we approve action item 8.11, comprehensive school safety plans. Can I get a second?
Second.
Public comment? Board discussion?
My question is, so I went through some of these plans. There's a lot of kind of blacked out items. Is that for a reason, or am I looking at the wrong copy?
Yeah, there's redacted information there. So it may have to do with sensitive employee information. So we might have, as part of the safety plan, they'll have employees' names and their position and their room number and et cetera. And so we redact that information with the school map. A lot of that is the school. You'll see a whole page that's the school map. It's identifying where, which classrooms each teacher is in, et cetera.
No, this is like the evacuation map, the ingress egress routes, or anything like that. That's all redacted. I'm kind of confused as why that would be redacted.
So my understanding is that everything that was redacted contains sensitive information about employees.
May I jump in?
Yes, please.
We began redacting that type of information with egress and evacuation routes because of school shootings and fire alarms being pulled and people knowing where people are lining up. So those were things that started getting cut from school safety plans, public information, so that it was not an accessible piece of information for violence.
And would this plan take into consideration options of locking down the school on a normal day and controlling access to that school? Or would that be through something different?
The lockdown drills and
Not lockdown
place
drills, not
What
lockdown
you're talking about,
drills.
just the routine
Just a
practice of the
routine.
daily
So,
check-in. So
yeah, so once school starts, I know the gates are closed, but the front office door is still open. So if there's nobody there because they had to go somewhere, then there is capacity for someone to just flow through. Would this plan identify, like, how are you going to control that? And what are you going to do to restrict access when there's nobody present, like a secretary or an assistant that can manage the entry points?
yeah, we generally, a lot of our policies for checking at the office and all are our standards. If the secretary needs to step away from the desk, the office, the health clerk is usually nearby, so they're the secondary person who would check that. So that would be the goal, to have that backup system of those two people in the office monitoring who's coming in and going out, as well as, students who are in the front office leaving without permission or things like that. So
And if they're both not available,
then we need to find somebody to be covered. Is that?
Yeah.
We do.
There's always one, they don't
That's-
exchange breaks or lunches, so they make sure that there's always somebody.
okay. Only reason I ask is because I've been at some a school where there's nobody present and I'm just waiting in the lobby area. So that was my point of safety concern.
Yeah.
And it's probably like they'll show up within a minute or so,
Yeah.
but it's not an extended time, but during that time, anybody can walk through, kind of a deal.
Thank you. Yeah, front offices will address that issue. Front offices should be attended at all times. And that aspect isn't articulated in this plan. However, I think there are other safety elements in the plan around personnel in terms of an emergency and where people are located.
Okay.
Another information that's redacted is a secondary evacuation area.
Yeah, I just
Yeah.
wanted to make sure, like, I'm not reading something that's wrong or something, but I'm fine if it's redacted. I have no problems with it.
Okay.
No, thank you, Board Member Jerry Clark. You are correct that the redacted, because all of these are going to be posted online on the website. So every school currently will have their safety plan on their website. Our insurance provider also requires us that we have so many fire drills, earthquake drills, duck and cover, but also the law requires it as well. So like here, we don't want somebody to know where this classroom is going to evacuate to and line up. Because if somebody knows, somebody out there, then we were telling them exactly where we're going. And so, so that's dangerous. That's why there's a redaction on there. You are correct on terms of the offices. And I know Sheila has been working quite a bit with our secretary, our front office staff, and having some standardization and as well as customer service, right? Because that's the first place parents go to. So that is something where we're now, for the past 2 years, we've been doing some standardization across customer service. How do the offices look? How do you welcome people to sign in, sign out? Because we have noticed some inconsistencies, like you mentioned. And so, we want to get better. But there is, when it comes to safety, as you know, there's a lot of just requirements by the law but also by our insurance providers as well. Because if something happens, our insurances are the ones that are going to be covering us. But yeah, I'm happy to see all the redactions because I don't want anyone to know our plan on where we're going to go. Yeah, thank you for that.
Can we make a notation on these plans that they're redacted for safety reasons?
Yeah, we can.
Can we ask for an amendment?
Yeah, and there's a lot of collaboration in these plans for the staff. So all the teachers, at the sites, they have their plan that it's not redacted.
Yeah.
And then they practice. Yeah. So
Okay.
thank you for that observation.
I wanted to make a comment, reviewing these plans on the mental health provision. There was a lot of variation when it came from school to school on how they decided to provide for the mental health needs of our students. And personally, what I've experienced is insufficient resources at our schools to address mental health issues as they arise. We've had this mental health intern model not work at all. The intern was assigned, never showed up, left early. We had no provision all year at Taylor, and that happened multiple years. And I'm concerned about that. And so I would love to see, and I'm going to make a motion to have a more robust discussion about the provision of mental health in our district and how we come to these plans to discuss improving service delivery timelines, what the actual intern is expected to do, and what happens when they don't show up. What happens, how do we pull in another school intern to assist with students who are in need of mental health regular interventions at the schools. So I'm going to make a motion to approve this comprehensive school safety plans, but in addition to bring back at an future board item, a comprehensive discussion on our mental health care for our students. If I could get a second.
Any more board discussion? Okay, so we are going to do a roll call vote on Vice President Hebert's motion. Okay, roll call vote, please.
Member Yola Carr,
So just a question. So we had two motions, right?
Well,
There was prior mo-
It's the same motion and technically,
So voting on the amended,
technically during correspondence, so during correspondence at the end, you can just make a request to, at a future board meeting to bring this agenda item. And if there's consensus, then we just do it. So we could do it, you know, it's the same motion, but just with an agreement that there will be a deeper conversation on mental health in the future. And technically, any of the board members at the very end, when we go to agenda item 9.0, correspondence and board discussion, at that time, if there's an interest of a board member to bring a future agenda item, that's where you would look at the president to say, you know, in the future, I would like to learn more about this. And then if there's consensus, then that's something that the team here, we will prepare at a future based on our governance forecast schedule that we have on our Friday letter. We will see where would it fit in appropriately. So in this case, if we want to keep the motion, just keep the motion pure. And then during the correspondence, we'll just, we'll say, you know, at a future board meeting, we would like to have this, and that could be the consensus. It's fine either way.
It's basically a substitute motion because it has an addition to it.
Yeah, correct.
thank you for that clarification. I'll vote aye.
Member Martinez.
Aye.
Member Torres, Vice President Abare,
Aye.
President Yu,
Aye.
motion carries.
Okay, let's move on to 9.1, correspondence and board discussion. We may now hear from board members regarding correspondence from individuals and/or organizations regarding district programs or services. Board members may report on meetings attended or other related district matters. At this time, board members may also report on committee assignments. We can start with whoever would like to begin.
Sure. I attended a few different budget briefings along with President Yu yesterday from CSBA. So just a quick update about the governor's education budget trailer bill. According, the education trailer bill has some key details from the January budget proposal. It's generally balanced, but there is a deficit of 30 billion annually in the governor's budget. But when it relates to education, there is an issue with Proposition 98. He wants to hold back 1.6 billion in Proposition 98 funding because of the fluctuations that have been happening. CSB is opposing this because we believe it's being underfunded and that he shouldn't be holding back any of our guaranteed money. There's going to be some additional key block grants that will assist us in providing some additional professional development for our teachers of $1.77 billion and expansion of some career pathways. There's also some more flexibility for our arts, music, and instructional materials block grant. And I know we have it late at night. So there will also be some funding for the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program, which we're funding our after-school programs with, of an additional $435 million, which is great. And there's going to be some reading and literacy support up to 500 million, including the screening that we talked about, the 40 million for dyslexia screening, for our district that we'll be able to access. We'll also be able to get money to digitize our IAPs into 10 different languages. And there's some competitive grants for school kitchens and food service training to further our goals of feeding our students and providing free and reduced lunch. Of course, we have an unknown at the federal government if they will continue to fund their portion of our free and reduced lunch program, but we'll have to tackle in the future. Their budget hearings are ongoing until May 15th, and then we'll have a May revision. According to the staff at CSBA, they believe that the funding will actually come in lower, so we'll be looking at some cuts. Thank you.
So updates for me, had a busy couple of weeks. I was able to attend a handful of items, but my top ones were visiting the schools. I think it's important as a board member and as I campaigned in the community to be a part of the schools and the teachers and, you know, the students. And so being a part of Oak Ridge was really important to see the students, see the classroom, see the dynamics, see the new classes that have the furnitures and things like that. And then the recommendations of what things can look like in the future, because these were older schools. And so those things were wonderful to see at Oak Ridge. My other schools are Anderson and Hayes. And with Anderson, I was invited for the Home and School Club meetings and was able just to listen and hear what they do. I think it's important to hear from parents what they're doing, how they're doing things. And so that was very important. And that's how I ended up supporting their SDC class because of a need. And I think sometimes when we have and we hear, we choose to step up and do. And so today when we shared a bear for Valentine's Day, it was because there was a need. They felt that sometimes holidays pass for special day class students, and these holidays pass unnoticed, and sometimes they need a little visual. And so we brought some visuals today to the classroom. And so that was a fun thing that happened. And I look forward to visiting Hayes, you know, this next month. Thank you.
Ask for future items. So one of the things I would like to ask is, can we get a report back on what are the policies and procedures that you guys do have in place for the front office? Especially in the junior high area, because as the assistants are kind of going off and talking to others, it's only kids that are kind of manning that station. I know I've seen that for Herman. And so it would be good to see like what kind of training or it's great that the students have an opportunity to work in that front office as part of their curriculum. But I don't know if we're also providing them that training on what to do, when to do it, how to do it, kind of a deal, how to address issues or situations. So it'd be kind of nice to kind of get an understanding.
Yeah, no, that's a great idea. It's actually a way for us to recognize the work that has been going on for the past 2 years around system alignments, around front offices. There's been a lot of work, so we'll be very happy to share that with the board. But we work with President Yu and Vice President Aber just on how it looks and how we present it, or just because I think it's an opportunity to to talk a little bit more of just, I would like to talk more about what does it look like, customer service and, what's our standards. So, but yeah, thank you for that.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll leave it to you
Yeah.
to decide.
Right, I will end with, again, just welcoming trustee Jogulkar to the board. At the board reorg in December, I did assign whoever was going to be the provisional appointment for trustee area 3 to serve as the alternate for the following board subcommittees. County Committee on School District Organization and on the Santa Clara County School Boards Association. So after tonight's meeting, if we can just make sure that trustee Jogulkar gets a description of those committee assignments and any meeting invites that have them scheduled to get added to his calendar. All right. In terms of my report, had the opportunity to go to the ESSA Awards hosted by AGMA on February 6th. It was a very touching ceremony. I definitely appreciated the opportunity to attend. This past Monday, as a part of my day job, it wasn't official board business, but I did participate in instructional rounds at Baldwin. But it gave me actually a really deep insight as a school board member into the work that is being done at a school site, right? In terms of their cycles of inquiry and their reflective practices in school improvement and student performance. So I really appreciated that opportunity. I appreciated that Principal Looper opened up her school site to host those instructional rounds. And then finally, February break is next week, and I hope everyone has a nice, restful, relaxing break. I hope the exec team, you guys get some time off as well. And with that, I'm going to ask for a motion and a second to adjourn the meeting.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Hearing nobody opposed, the regular board meeting on February 13th is adjourned at 9:55 p.m.